I was living in Abu Dhabi when this happened, and I was 17 years old at that time. I've had a number of experiences from taxi drivers out there who could fit in a horror story, but this one was by far the worst and creepiest, and I'd like to share it if I can. It was Boxing Day 2012, and I was going to my friend's house for his Boxing Day party. He lived in a compound that was a bit of a drive off the island itself, and although not rural suburbs by most standards, this area could be classed as such. These residential suburbs were still mostly in development. Every block had a brand new building site, plenty of empty shells of houses lying around, and there were no security cameras at the time. There wasn't even a pavement either, just big rubble and sand patches split by tarmac roads. Now, taxis in the United Arab Emirates are crazy common. You just put your hand out and one pretty much pulls up right away. Back then, there was a lot less security. There were no cameras or mics in the car, just the meter really. I hailed a cab and sat in front, as a result of a past experience I'd had. We set out on our way. Things started out fairly normally. We talked small talk as I normally would getting into a cab. "Hey, how long have you lived here? Do you enjoy the place?" Eventually, we're on the highway. After we cross the water to the mainland, he pulls over on the hard shoulder, and without saying a word to me, pulls out his phone to call someone. He's speaking in his native tongue, and he's of South Asian descent, so I really had no clue what he could be saying. I politely asked him to continue driving, as the meter was still going. He nodded, hung up, and got going again. This happened a second time though, again without a single word or warning, and now I was pretty suspicious. This time again I asked him to keep going, but instead he ignored me and kept speaking with this other person on the phone. We were on the highway, so I couldn't exactly get out for fear of going splat on the road. I also probably wouldn't even be able to hail a cab there or might even be jacked for jaywalking. After a few minutes he gets going again though. We pull off the highway, still heading in the general direction I needed to be. That is, until we reached the first roundabout, where we needed to make a right turn. Instead, he went straight over. Everyone knows where this compound is. It's the biggest one in the whole city. As a cab driver, there's no chance he didn't know how to get there. Now I was even more suspicious, and I started to have a big feeling of trepidation. I knew this vibe, and what might be happening. I asked him to turn around at the next roundabout, but he continued to ignore me. Now I was getting very agitated and angry. I asked him to just stop the car and I'd get out and walk myself. But no, he literally just kept ignoring me and kept focusing on the road ahead. At this point, I started shouting at him, spewing out numerous expletives and saying it was very clear he had something else planned. Eventually, he pulled off the main road onto a dirt track that led a couple hundred yards into a massive building site. He kept driving around it. Then he turned and told me to get into the back seat. This repeated in an increasingly forceful manner, to the point where we were now full-on shouting at each other. At the end of the dirt track was this old little minibus with 5 men stood next to it. I didn't notice this immediately. All I'd cared about was that the car had now stopped in the middle of nowhere. I was in the front so I could still get out, not locked in the back. I inexplicably threw some money at him and jumped out of the car with my bag. I started walking swiftly away and began jogging back down the track. I can only imagine that the earlier phone calls he made were to these minibus men, as when I started getting away, they jumped into the minibus and started driving down to catch me, as the taxi turned around and began to do the same. They all pulled up in front of me, like the police do in the movies when they stop a bank robber and jump out. The taxi driver ran right up to me, grabbed me, and screamed point blank at my face to get in the bus. I can still smell and feel the damp heat from his breath as it touched my face, and the little bits of his spit hitting my cheeks. This honestly enraged me so much that I just sorta gripped him by the throat and slammed him against his car. I screamed something back at him, I can't remember what, and let go. They all got their phones out and started calling and messaging and moving toward me, so I got out of there as fast as I could. I ran all the way down and back onto the main road and went to my mate's house by foot. I know I should have taken the number plate, ID number, anything and called the police when I was in the cab, let alone after it happened. However, I was a 17-year-old with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my bag, on the way to a party with all my underage mates drinking, in a Muslim country with a drinking age of 21. The paranoia of the trouble was enough to keep it quiet from the authorities, although I did tell every single family member and friend. I'd like to start this out by saying I've always been into true crime. At the time this happened, I was in the best, strongest shape of my life. Still, I looked pretty lean, so I'm sure that wasn't what this person was thinking. I had just turned 20 years old that weekend and was studying abroad in a tiny town of 300 people in the Netherlands, right on the border of Germany. I had spent the weekend visiting my mom in London, and getting back to said tiny town would be an absolute nightmare, but I didn't know just how much of one it would be. How this all worked was, I took a quick plane from the closer airport to get to London, but if I wanted to stay longer, I'd have to fly to an airport about an hour and a half away, take a train to the end of the line, and find a taxi at that small station. All at around 9 or 10 at night. I did this all, though, and was already on edge. When I got to the station, of course, there were no taxis. It was extremely desolate, save for one single car. I had a suitcase. When they saw me, they turned on the lights. It was an older man, large with white hair. I could see that inside his car he had a taxi screen, so I waved to him. He rolled down the window and confirmed that he was indeed a taxi. I told him the small town I was staying in, and it turned out he knew it. The concierge at the hotel in London had told me this would only be a 20-minute cab ride, so I figured I could hold my ground if anything went down, and got in with the guy. Now, I'm not a very conversational person, but this guy sure was. The second I got in the car, he began driving and started telling me that I looked a lot like his wife. I smiled and told him that was very sweet. He turned to me and looked dead in my eyes. "She's dead," he said, and my blood ran cold. Something y'all should know about me is when I'm with a stranger and I want them to know nothing about me, I put on the persona of an American Southerner who goes to church a lot. Since most people who make me feel uncomfortable have responded positively to that, I tend to roll with it as my go-to. So the second time he told me she was dead, I said, "I'm so sorry. I'm sure she's in heaven." He shook his head. "No, I think she's in hell." Now shit, this is when I start thinking about what I can use as a weapon in this car. Nothing. So I go for the give a bunch of fake details about myself approach. "I'm in ROTC," I said. "Like American military? Love it. I've been training so much." "Are you married?" "No, but my boyfriend is in the military too. I just texted him actually. He knows I'll be back soon." I didn't have a boyfriend, and I didn't serve in the military either, but I had been doing a few military exercises to try and stay in shape because I was obsessed with fitness at the time. On more than one occasion, I'd been asked by Italians if I was in the military. That inspired that part of my cover story, that and wanting to seem hard to kidnap. At this point, the drive had gone on far longer than 20 minutes. We were driving straight out into the woods, on dirt roads with not a single source of lighting. My entire body was beginning to tense up. "Are you married?" he asked again. "I just got back from visiting my mom in London and my dad works for the US government. He's in the CIA. You know, I just want to be just like him one day." I was completely ignoring his questions as the time went on. The man stopped the car in the middle of the woods, staring at me, but I still didn't brake. I simply smiled at him. "Did you need some help with directions or something?" I asked. "You know, I'm pretty good with them. I know this area really well." He made a big sigh and put the car back into drive. We sped up real fast, and in another 10 minutes or so, we made it to my school, where thankfully a group of students were all smoking outside. Thanks," I yelled, handing him the fare that was on the screen. I dragged my bag out of there and stuck to that group of smokers like glue. "Hey," I said to them, still smiling. "You know, that taxi driver was giving me real bad vibes, so can we stay out here together until he leaves?" I didn't want him to know the dorm I lived in, which was right by the entrance. He stayed there for about 20 to 30 minutes, just watching me, before he finally left. Luckily, I'm still alive to this day, and I'm very grateful either that I made myself seem too tough or perhaps too annoying to be a potential victim for him. On October 2016, a longtime family friend began harassing my family. So, I've known this guy since I was around 5 years old. He worked at my dad's friend's car dealership as the person who basically maintenances the exteriors, washes the cars, shines them, etc. My parents became very fond of him because he seemed very sweet, and they felt a lot of pity for him as he had some horrible hygiene habits. They'd often buy him food, gift him clothes, and do other things of that sort. Around 2015, this man got a job right across the street from my mom's. He saw my mom one morning, and they waved to each other like normal. Then, this man started calling my mom very frequently. Now, my mom is extremely nice, perhaps too nice. So instead of just not picking up, she would talk to him quite a bit. At some point though, the guy became completely obsessed with my mom, to the point where she had to tell him to stop contacting her altogether, around May of 2016 I believe. All was well at first, and the guy did stop contacting my mom. Just a few short months later though, he began to watch her religiously. He would park his car in front of my mom's job and just sit there and watch her. She noticed him, but she never saw it as a huge threat, so she never said anything. That's where things started to escalate though. My mom was walking out of work with a coworker one day. Very normal coworker friendship. My mom caught a ride with that coworker to a mandatory work event, so she wouldn't have to drive home too late, as these events tended to end late at night. The whole time though, this guy was watching them walk. He suddenly got in his head that my mom was having an affair with this guy and decided to follow them. They arrived at their destination and my mom stayed in the car, while her coworker quickly went inside to check if it was the right destination. The stalker walked right up to the car, opened the door, slapped my mom in the face, grabbed a knife from his car and slashed the coworker's tires. My mom was in complete shock and immediately called for her coworker to come outside. In the end, the coworker decided not to press any charges against him, even though he easily could as there were cameras outside the location. My mom mentioned none of this to my dad, by the way, because my dad was extremely explosive, to the point where he would guaranteed get in trouble over this guy. Everything is okay for a couple of days, until this guy starts calling my mom non-stop and leaving her threatening voicemails as well. The voicemails would say things along the lines of, "If you don't meet me at this hotel on Wednesday at 1 p.m., I'm going to tell your husband you're cheating on him." This scared my mom a lot, because my dad had a past with domestic violence. She was scared my dad would believe him and start beating her. Wednesday comes along, and when she gets to work, he's outside watching her. Just watching her the entire day. At this point, she called my grandparents. My grandpa was ex-military and was not one to fuck around with. They immediately drove over to my mom's job. This guy started harassing my grandparents though, and refused to leave. 1 p.m. comes around and my mom calls the police. The dude booked it across the street and hid, leaving his car abandoned at my mom's job. The police searched for him everywhere, but somehow he was nowhere to be found. The phone calls continued, and things started to escalate. At some point, this man decided to vandalize my mom's car. He threw tar all over it while the car was parked outside my house. The car was completely destroyed, and my parents had to pay a lot of money to be able to fix it. At this point, my dad knew about the whole ordeal, and he was dead set on killing this guy for real. Me and my mom both desperately advised him to calm down, because my mom was planning on getting a restraining order on the guy, and she didn't want my dad to ruin her chances by committing a crime. The man continued calling though, and began to stand outside my mom's job every day for the whole day. The man also started driving past our house every day as well, and began to see me as a target too. He started leaving my mom threatening voicemails saying he was going to do terrible things to me and vandalize my car, so at this point I was even more terrified. At this point in the story, my mom had to call the cops on him several times, but they always said they couldn't do anything, as he had never physically harmed her. My mom decided she was finally going to petition for the restraining order, with the police reports and the voicemails as proof. They set up a court date and gave my mom a temporary restraining order until that date, so approximately 2 weeks. In that time, the guy did not stop calling my mom. My mom called the detective in charge of her case. The guy hadn't even been served with the order yet, a few days before the court date. He was notified with the court date though, so he told my mom he had proof that she won't stop calling him. He started actively targeting the rest of us at this point. I wake up one Saturday morning, only to see my car has been trashed with drawn letters all over the windows and nail polish. Luckily, we were able to scrape it off gently, but by now I was a nervous wreck. I was starting to do badly in my classes and I hadn't been able to sleep for about a month. He began to harass my dad with phone calls and voicemails as well. My dad was a little bit too tough for any of that BS though. Finally, the court date arrived. The man showed up with his stepson, and his stepson started talking shit to my mom. Of course, he only knew this man's side of the story. The judge called them in, did the usual questioning, talked about the police reports, etc. The judge asks him if he has anything to say or show. He tells the judge, "Yes, I have a phone bill that shows she's called me more than 200 times in the past month." The judge looks at him. "Okay, so show me." Guess what? He didn't bring it. There's no such thing. The judge nods her head and says, "Okay, I've reached a verdict." He was found guilty, and my mom was awarded a restraining order for life. After that, we finally had peace in our family again. I just want to tell people who might be in similar situations to please go to the police ASAP. The danger and emotional torture was definitely not worth it. Sometimes they don't go away like we thought this guy would. We took way too long to take action in the end. So here goes my story. I work at a chain grocery store, and I work in a little kiosk fuel center that sells cigarettes, soda, candy, and the like. It's actually pretty much just a little shack, basically. I work there by myself 90% of the time, at least unless we happen to be double covered, which happens very rarely. A week or so ago, a regular comes up to the kiosk. The dude is kind of a douche, but if you get through his request quickly enough, things aren't that terrible. He looks for a minute and asks me for the cigarettes on sale. Most of our cigarettes had a sale going on, so this made my job exponentially harder, considering I had to guess between 30 or 40 different types of packs. It took me 4 or 5 tries to guess which one he wanted. He was cussing and degrading me the entire time, of course. I shrugged it off for now, though. I deal with things like that 10 or 15 times a day. The sheer amount he was doing it at, though, was slightly annoying to me. Then it comes time to pay. And of course, the dude is short on money. He tells me, "Alright, I'm a bit short, but I know you have all the money in there, so you can cover the rest of what I owe you." I normally do cover people if they're short, and haven't been acting like a douche, but he straight up told me to cover the remainder. Of course, I told him to fuck off. If he didn't have the money he needed to buy shit, then he shouldn't get them at all. Of course, he got pissed at my response. He had already been bitching at me about the amount of tax that existed on the cigarettes, and accused me of overcharging him because he was black. This just set him off even further. After a while, he started threatening me, and told me he was going to have me fired. I told him I was denying him service at this point, and to get off the lot. I grabbed the phone to call my managers to come out and get rid of this dude. The whole time this was happening, the customer was screaming bloody murder. He was acting like I just shot his dog right in front of him. That's how much he was screeching. My managers eventually did come out, and they took care of him. They shoved him off that lot. I've dealt with people like him before, though, so I didn't really think anything of it. I just tried to finish my shift and go home. After that, I had a few days off. When I come back to work, though, 2 of my coworkers tell me that he had come up an hour before my shift with 2 carfuls of people who were asking where I was and when I would clock in next. They asked where I lived, too. My coworkers told them they couldn't give that information, and if they had an issue with me, to talk to my managers instead. I started to feel a bit nervous, but I tried to write it off, thinking they'd get bored or just give up since they'd missed me. A couple of days ago, though, I was at work and looked up to see him in his car with a bunch of his friends. They were driving slowly around the kiosk in circles. The dude was straight staring me down the whole time and pointing at me as well. At this point, I'm freaked out, so I called my manager. They have me on security escorts now and told me to take days off to hide away from him. I seriously doubt the dude is going to hunt me down and try and follow me home or something, but I'm still in a state of dread that I'm going to run into him when I go grab groceries or meet one of my buddies out for a drink. I have gone to the police and they're talking with my managers to try and get a name or a license plate from them to track this dude down and tell him to knock it off. The police have told me to be smart and keep my head down for a while. They're also going to patrol the area more often and see if they can't catch the dude in the middle of doing something stupid. It seems, though, for the moment they just can't do much, since they have very little to go on for the time being. I'm more freaked out, though, because I don't want to go to work and get my shit kicked in, or have this dude follow me home. This isn't my story, but is instead my dad's. Around 40 years ago, when my dad was in college, he moved quite a ways away from Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam to New Haven, Connecticut for college. He wanted to be near as possible to his college, but he also wanted to overlook the city skyline as well. He had already received the Form I-20 and went to the consular at the U.S. Embassy to try and get an M student visa. He was a first-generation immigrant, and though he had taken a fair amount of English classes in Vietnam, he was not fluent and knew nothing about the housing process in America. This is why he decided to go the cheap route and rented out a podunk apartment somewhere near Pine Tree Drive in West Haven. I don't know if podunk is how it's said or whatever, but what I mean is that it was really shady looking. His landlord, as he told me later, gave off some serious red flags from the start. He sorta brushed them off though, because the apartment was only $250 a month. Firstly, the landlord's abode was directly next door to that of my dad's, and during his first night there while he was getting unpacked, he could hear high-pitched screeching and weird opera music. Again, he brushed it off for the same reasons listed above, and also because he was extremely tired. The next morning when he awoke, though, he noticed a chair beside his bed that hadn't been there before. When he went to the bathroom, he noted his toilet seat was up as well, though he recalled putting it down that night. Not only that, but his front door was unlocked as well. He tried his best to ignore it. He didn't want to stir up anything with his landlord by accusing him of coming into his room or asking if it had been broken into, therein inferring that the apartment was insecure and the landlord wasn't doing his job. He also wanted to explore West Haven, as his college year didn't start until late August. He had come 3 weeks early to prepare. As he left, he specifically remembered locking his door behind him, but when he returned after a few hours out, he noticed that not only was the door now unlocked, it was slightly ajar as well. This went on for weeks until his college year finally began. Things slightly moved from where he had left them. Articles of food would be missing from his fridge, and other weird happenings started around the apartment. Finally, after a while, my dad had had enough. One night, he decided to stay awake until very late and catch whoever the hell was doing this red-handed. That night, he finished up his homework and climbed into bed, but this time he remained awake. Sure enough, at 2 a.m, he began to see his door handle turning and a hand sliding through the gap. My dad froze. His blood ran cold. He saw the landlord creep in and steal eggs from the fridge. Not only that, but the landlord then went to the bathroom, coming out a couple of minutes afterward. He then slipped out silently once again, leaving the door completely unlocked. This creeped my dad out like hell, of course, which is understandable. For some stupid reason, though, he still decided to stay at the apartment for a few more nights before he finally mustered the courage to confront that landlord. I guess money and wanting to save it can do some stupid things to the brain. This was before the time of mobile phones and even decent cameras that didn't cost hundreds of dollars. So my dad didn't really have a way to get evidence to show the cops beside the mere accusations of an immigrant. The next night, he once more heard those odd screeching sounds and that weird music coming from his landlord's room. He decided to take matters into his own hands. That weekend, when his landlord went out shopping, he broke into his room, and what he found there was seriously disturbing. First of all, he found some weird sex doll, but when he investigated a bit further, he found this old Kodak camera. Inside of this camera were some extremely low-quality pictures of him in bed sleeping. He noped the fuck out of there, taking the pictures with him, and went directly to the police station. He moved out shortly thereafter. Later, he heard that this same landlord had scared other residents of the apartment off after hearing the odd screeching and opera music, and after seeing all of their things moved around. The building my dad lived in has since been torn down, and my dad decided to just dorm at Sigma Chi. He had first opted to stay away from fraternities because of the heavy partying. We never really knew what happened to that landlord, only that in the end he was facing some serious prison time. I seriously hope after he got out he was never allowed to be a landlord again. This happened 4 years ago. I lived in Staten Island for a few years because I went to college there. I was about 20 years old at the time this happened. One late evening, I went to a Need for Speed screening in Manhattan, unfortunately all alone because my friend bailed on me at the last minute. I love Aaron Paul and Kid Cudi, and I just had to go see it even if it was all by myself. As some of you may know, Staten Island is part of New York City, but it's still very far away from everything. After this awesome event, I headed back to my dorm in Staten Island, which resulted in the longest and scariest trip of my entire life. When I transferred to 2-to-1 train at Chambers Street, and while waiting for another train, This weird guy suddenly approached me out of nowhere and asked for my name. I think he told me his name was Chris or something like that. I lied to him and told him my name was Sophia and kept walking away from him. He then offered me some candy, which I declined and found quite strange. This was around 9:30 p.m. or so. And of course, welcome to New York City, the train was taking forever to come to the station, which freaked me out even more. He started to hover around me, asking questions like where I'm from, what school I go to. I lied about every single thing, of course. He told me he lived in Brooklyn, blah blah blah, some more about his life story. I noticed another woman by us who kept turning around to see my situation. I decided to sit down next to her and whispered to her and asked her to pretend that she knew me. She told me she was going to approach me anyways because she knew this could be a dangerous situation. So, here the train comes. I decide to miss it and catch the next one, so this guy can just get on the train and go away. Chris comes up and taps on my shoulder. "Sophia, the train is here." I got goosebumps from his touch, and I started sweating a bit. Thank you, but I'm going to sit here with my friend and we're gonna talk for a while, okay?" I thanked the woman who helped me and hopped on to the next train after that guy had already boarded. When I got to the ferry station, though, I did not feel comfortable or safe. For some reason, I went up to this sweet-looking couple and explained my situation. They kindly offered to let me sit next to them on the ferry. Fortunately, they were traveling on the same bus after the ferry ride as well. You'd think the story would end there. The guy got on his train, went back to his home, and I never saw him again. But remember how this guy Chris said that he lives in Brooklyn? As soon as I sit down with this couple, I see the guy right there, walking back and forth by us. I informed the couple that this was the very same guy who had been creeping on me before. Honestly, I almost started crying. The couple comforted me, and the guy told me that he knew some martial arts, which did help me calm down a bit. However, this Chris guy would not stop circling us the entire time the ferry was moving, which was about 20 to 25 minutes. It felt like 300 hours that night, though. The creepiest part of this situation is that just when I thought we'd finally lost him after getting off the ferry, he walked out of nowhere right by me and whispered to me, "I hope to see you again, Sophia." I wanted to legit disappear from the earth in that moment. The couple told him off and threatened to call the police on him if he didn't stay away from me. Thankfully, the couple and I got on the bus together, and they gave me their numbers so I could let them know that I was back to my dorm safely, since their stop was before mine. When I got to the campus, I asked the security guy to drive me back to my dorm, and I did arrive home in the end without any other incidents. Back when I was 14 or 15, I hung around with a sizable group of friends. We would meet up in what we called the field, basically a huge park in the middle of a residential area, which backed up onto a cemetery. On one side was an imposing hotel with fairly large grounds, and on the other a fenced-in wasteland. We hung around towards the back of this field, which was surrounded by trees and bushes. Visibility was basically nil from the street. Added to that, it was very poorly lit as well, so we would build bonfires at night to provide our own light and also some warmth in the winter. During the day, large gangs of us would come and go. We'd head down to the shops or play curbs on the street. A local weirdo would walk by often, looking over his shoulders at us every few seconds, immediately averting his gaze if any eye contact was ever made. He would also shuffle around the corner, only to reappear at very regular intervals. He was an absolute creep, and this was displayed in his physicality as well. He was short and of slim build, balding, with tufts of long hair creeping down the nape of his neck. As previously described, he would walk in this strange shuffling motion, abruptly stopping and turning around to watch us. His eyes would dart all over the place, and he never would make direct eye contact if he could help it. Being teens, and with the bravado of safety in numbers, we never actually really viewed him as a threat. The lads would roar at him, call him a perv and a pedo, and tell him to fuck off. We honestly gave him very little thought otherwise, to be honest. Well, one night, around November or December time, I'd arranged to meet friends in the field after dinner. Around this time of year in Ireland, it's pitch black by 4 p.m. This was at 6:45-ish, and I was about 15 minutes early. The field was completely black and empty, but with the fearlessness and naivete of youth, I strolled to our usual spot at the back of the park to wait there, by myself. Keep in mind, this was around 95 or 96 or so pre everyone and their mother having a mobile phone. We had customed a little hut in one of the bushes, complete with branches that we used as seats. I settled down on one of them and lit up a smoke. All was silent for several minutes until I started to hear a slight rustling in one of the bushes. I was slightly concerned, but I figured it must be a squirrel or something. The rustling stopped for several moments after I noticed it, but then picked up again. Louder and more vigorous this time. Definitely not the work of a squirrel. Alarmed, I shot up from my seated position and tried to make out the source of the noise in this dim visibility. Out of nowhere, he emerged from the bushes. Pounced would be more accurate. He was mere feet away from me. He stared directly at me with the most menacing grin I've ever witnessed to this very day. Then he put his finger up to his lips in a shushing gesture. I bolted. Through the bushes, branches whipping against my face. I stumbled at one point, catching myself before I fell completely. I ran out of that goddamn park in what felt like slow motion at the time. I ran straight to my house, which was about half a kilometer away. I don't know if he followed me. I was too scared to look back. I didn't see him again after. As I later learned, he spent several years in a mental facility. The next I heard of him, he had murdered his father, beating and eventually stabbing him to death. He was convicted of the murder and detained in a mental facility, like I said. I thought very little about him in the 20 or so years since that incident, until a few months back, when I saw him on my bus, gazing around creepily. He did look my way, but fortunately it seemed there was no recognition on his part. Regardless, I never want to run into that guy ever again. Context. This was about a week and a bit ago. I was on the bus from a shopping mall in Australia to a bus stop where I'd go get some food from a supermarket and then walk home from there. I was on the bus with my two friends, S and T. We each sat in our own seats, one behind the other, so it was S, T, and then me in the back. My friends and I are all 17, by the way. About 5 minutes into this bus ride, this very athletic-looking man got onto the bus. He was white, mid to late 20s or possibly early 30s, wearing a white and blue rimmed tank top, blue shorts, and some sneakers. His hair was also very short and dark blonde. Anyway, people are obviously getting on the bus and all, nothing very wrong so far. We were about halfway to my stop now, about 10 minutes after that man had initially gotten onto the bus. S was sleeping, T was studying for English, and I was on my own listening to music. I could see the athletic man looking back at us. I'm pretty sure he was observing T at first. My friends and I were sat on the left side of the bus, with the man on the right side, probably 3 to 4 seats ahead of us. I assumed he must have thought T was cute or something and was checking her out. But then I double-took and thought to myself, wait, what the fuck? She's 17, dude. She looks 17, and this man must be at least in his late 20s. The man stopped looking at T after I noticed him. Then a minute later, he glanced back at her, staring at her for an entire minute without even blinking. It seemed that T and S hadn't noticed yet, though. I looked back at the man, who then made eye contact with me and stopped staring at T. At this point, I was of course pretty sus, but I didn't say anything out loud. Then he started staring for a third time, this time even longer without even blinking. I glared at him because this was starting to get seriously creepy. He made eye contact with me again and rapidly glanced away. I texted T. "Hey, my bus stop is soon, maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so. And just to let you know, this creepy dude is staring at you. Be careful in case he's still on when I leave." I'm a male, by the way. T and S are females. T acknowledged my texts and nodded at me and cringed a bit. Anyway, they went back to reading, and I was still listening to my music, though this time keeping a much closer eye on the man. This time, though, the man turned around and started staring directly at me. His eyes were burning holes in my chest. I tried to avoid eye contact as he kept turning back around, glancing at me once again, a total of 7 times for about a minute each, excluding the times he had stared at T as well. Each time he looked back at me, he kept fingering the bus stop button to indicate to the bus driver that it was time to stop. He kept pressing it as he stared at me. I told T again to be careful. I realized the next stop was actually mine, so I pressed the button myself. The bus stopped and I got off and was getting off the bus as the athletic dude followed close behind me. He went in the opposite direction, but I turned around quickly to see what he was doing, just in case. He was walking down the footpath as I crossed. He turned around and saw me crossing, to which he responded by quickly crossing the road parallel to me. I took note and went to the store to get my soda or whatever. I walked into the Kohl's, but I realized that this man from the bus was now also heading that way. He was literally matching my footsteps, every movement, and even the exact speed. Every time I moved my left foot, he would too. He was just staring at me as I walked into the store. I walked into the aisle to get my Pepsi Max and looked around to see if I could see him still following me. Couldn't see him anywhere at this point. I walked into the self-serve line and was paying for my items as he walked past slowly out of nowhere, giving me the most evil glare I have ever seen. I quickly walked out of there with my items in hand and tried to see if he would follow me out. Of course he did. He was now speed-walking to catch up with me and didn't even buy anything from the store the entire time he was there. Needless to say, I fucking ran home. At least as fast as I could for 10 minutes. It seemed at some point he had given up though, even though he was athletic, because it seemed I had lost him. I have no idea where he went, and I haven't seen him ever since on that bus or anywhere else. Around 2012 or so, I lived in the industrial part of a city where there weren't very many houses nearby. Mostly just warehouses, trains, and some assorted businesses scattered here and there. Even during the day, it was quite rare to see people walking around, unless it was to or from the bus stop. One night, I was feeling a bit off. I think maybe my boyfriend and I had been arguing perhaps, or maybe my roommates were getting on my nerves or something. Anyway, I decided I needed to go for a walk that night. It was already cold and late, and it was well past midnight. I just really needed some fresh air and time alone to myself though. I was a 21-year-old girl who, at that point in my life, wasn't very concerned for my own safety or well-being. I wouldn't exactly say I thought I was invincible, but I definitely did some careless and stupid shit that sometimes makes me wonder how I even survived. This would definitely qualify as one of those times. I threw on my longest trench coat, some combat boots, a big fuzzy hat, and took off in a rush. There wasn't anything particularly scenic or pleasant to look at around there. I just went in the direction I knew best, toward the liquor store about a half-mile away. As I approached that store, I reached into my pocket and realized I had forgotten my wallet and my phone. As I approached closer, I realized the store was closed anyway, so I just kept on walking. Still in the light of the neon liquor signs, I heard a car approach me and slam on the brakes. I slowly looked over my shoulder to see the tip of my boyfriend's 90s silver Buick LeSabre moving alongside me. Very relieved, I looked into the driver's seat, only to see a man who was definitely not my boyfriend. He rolled down the window and shouted at me, "Get in the car." I was completely caught off guard, shocked, confused, and honestly kind of angry. "What? No, fuck you." That was my response as I kept on walking. He kept pace alongside me though, as I continued to walk down the block. I kept on looking over, getting more and more annoyed, until I finally yelled at him, "Will you just fuck off?" He didn't do anything, just kept right beside me, staring at me with the window down. Suddenly he sped off in a hurry, and a huge wave of relief came over me. I really didn't know what to do next though, so I cut around a corner and started walking on the opposite side of the street, back toward my house, toward the oncoming lane in case he came back around. Which of course he did. He would stop alongside me, then creep slowly forward as I walked, all the while mumbling things to himself. He definitely seemed to believe that I was going to get in that car with him, because he surely was not taking no for an answer. This time at least though, there was a whole lane in between us. I really had nowhere to go though where this guy couldn't follow me. If I decided to take off running to my house, there was only one way to get there, through the deserted industrial area, following on down the road, which led to a tunnel under the train tracks. He would be able to follow me right to my fucking door, so easily with no witnesses. There was a 24-hour convenience store a mile in the other direction, but was that really my best option when it was so far away? I felt helpless in this situation. Out of nowhere, though, I heard the chattering sound of people in an unmarked building beside me. Without a second thought, I frantically pushed the door in and entered a scene I will never forget. There were a bunch of sweaty men smiling and speaking to each other in Italian as they cheersed and finished their beers after a packed-up game of ping pong. They all stopped and looked at me as I shakily yelled to them, "There's a man following me outside. I'm really scared." It was silent for a second as they all eyed one another suspiciously, but then one guy offered me a ride home. I was so thankful to be in this stranger's fancy car for a whole minute and a half. I just kept apologizing and thanking him. He just kinda said, "It's okay, be safe, sketchy girl who just busted into our weekly tournament. Please don't be a weirdo." When I got home, I immediately looked up the non-emergency police line, but decided against calling. Because as I said, the dude was in the exact same make, model, and color as my boyfriend's car, who was likely to be in the same area shortly. Looking back though, I probably should have made that call. When said boyfriend did get home, he was furious with me that I would put myself in that situation. Like, sure, that was a dumb move by me, but what about this fucker who is lazily trying to kidnap me? Who the hell does that? I hope no girls met that guy again that night or ever in the future. And to those Italian dudes, thank you so much for having your hobby right when and where I needed you most. Perhaps a little late to the game here, but this is something I really wanted to share. I'm definitely a skeptic, but one experience I had house sitting for my aunt and uncle definitely raised some questions for me. They were going out of town for a weekend and asked if I would keep an eye on the house and take care of their dogs while they were away. I was staying with my grandparents for the summer, as I usually did, and being a 16-year-old with a brand new driver's license, I jumped at the opportunity for a few days of freedom, with a house all to myself during summer vacation. I packed up my PlayStation, rented some games and movies, stocked up on my favorite snacks, and headed over to their house. The first night there was very uneventful, but I remember just feeling slightly uneasy even being there, even though nothing out of the ordinary was going on. I just attributed this uneasiness to being in the house alone for the first time, without my aunt and uncle there. Around 1 a.m., I decided to go to bed and let the dogs out in the backyard to relieve themselves before bed. After they were done, I made sure everything was locked up, doing the deadbolt and chain locks on the doors. I woke up the next morning, put some coffee on, and got the dogs to let them out. The uneasiness remained, though. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, even though I knew for sure no one else was around. After breakfast, I decided to go out for a bike ride and meet up with some friends. I put the dogs in their crates, locked up, and headed out. I was gone for maybe 4 hours until mid-afternoon, when I decided it was about time to head back. When I walked back in, the dogs were freaking the fuck out. Not your normal, happy to see you, let me out of this crate now excitement. Full-blown panic, shaking, foaming at the mouth, howling, the whole works. These dogs were normally very calm and were perfectly content to spend most of the day in their crates sleeping if need be. Hell, sometimes they even went in on their own for naps, so this was really out of the ordinary behavior. I opened the doors to their crates, but neither of them seemed to want to come out. I was a little bit freaked out myself at this point. I decided to check the house and make sure nothing had actually happened. All the windows were fine, everything was still locked. The house was completely empty. I suppose at this point I should mention how the house is laid out a bit. It's an old house from the late 1800s, and prior to my aunt and uncle owning it, it was actually divided up as a duplex. The upstairs was a separate apartment. They mention an older woman had rented the upstairs while the previous owners lived downstairs. My aunt and uncle didn't rent out the upstairs, but they hadn't really done anything to convert the house back into a single-family dwelling. My uncle used the upstairs apartment as his home office, with several computers and a couple of modems, early 2000s dial-up. Most of the time, the door to the upstairs just stayed closed and locked. There really wasn't any reason for anyone to go up there. I decided in an abundance of caution, since the dogs were so freaked out, that I should check the whole house. I unlocked the door to the upstairs and went up to check. I noticed that one of the computers was on. This was odd. My uncle had said he had shut off everything upstairs and unplugged the surge protectors as well. Maybe he had meant to do so, but in a rush got out the door and forgot. No big deal. We were expecting storms later, so I shut that computer down, unplugged everything, and went back downstairs, locking the door tight behind me. By this point, the dogs had calmed down a bit and taken their usual spots on the couch where I joined them to play some PlayStation. After dinner, around 8 p.m. at this point, the dogs and I were still on the couch watching movies and just chilling out together. All of a sudden, though, one of them stands on the couch bolt upright, with all the fur on his back standing on end, and begins growling in the direction of the door to the stairs. He continued this for the next 5 to 10 minutes, and nothing I did would distract him from whatever he was sensing. Eventually, though, he did calm down and laid beside me again. A few hours later, though, at 11 p.m., he started once more, and the other dog joined in this time too. That's when I began to hear creaking coming from upstairs, like someone stepping on a loose floorboard. It didn't sound like footsteps. It almost sounded like someone rocking back and forth on a loose board. Properly freaked out now, I went to investigate. This time, I noticed that the door to the upstairs was now unlocked. I knew for sure I had locked it when I went up there earlier. Oh fuck, someone must be in the house. I took a few steps back into the kitchen and grabbed a knife. You know, like some horror movie cliche. I checked the porch door to the backyard, which would be where someone would come in to get to the upstairs apartment. It was still locked. Okay, that's weird. The creaking upstairs was still happening though. I opened the door to the stairway, and immediately it stopped. I turned the lights on and went upstairs. Nothing. I was freaking out over nothing. Probably just the house settling or something. It was, after all, an extremely old house. these things creak and groan on their own all the time. I was a little bit embarrassed with myself for getting so freaked out. I went back downstairs again, locking the door behind me. I decided to get some sleep, popped in another movie, and curled up on the couch and passed out. I was woken up a few hours later at 2 a.m. to the dogs again in full-blown panic mode. This time I could hear the creaking even louder, and then something else happened. I heard a dial tone. I heard the modem upstairs begin to dial some numbers, trying to connect. What the fuck? Was I still asleep, dreaming? No, I was definitely awake. I grabbed my knife tight in my hand and went to the upstairs door. Again unlocked. I opened the door and the noise immediately cut off. I went upstairs to check again. Nothing. Everything was still off and unplugged just as I had left it before. I went back downstairs, locked everything up, and went to try and calm the dogs down. Only 10 minutes later, though, I heard the modem start up again. It would dial, try to connect, stop, then repeat this process again and again. The creaking was back too. This time, though, it sounded like someone pacing around up there, even though I knew I was alone. I had checked every conceivable place in the house an intruder could be. I put up with this for another half hour or so, and it just would not let up. The dogs refused to calm down either. Eventually, I had enough. I grabbed the dogs with me, loaded them in my car, locked up, and got the hell out of there. I went back to my grandparents' place and stayed there for the rest of the night with the dogs. Of course, the next morning my grandparents were very surprised to see me there and asked what had happened. I relayed the previous night's events to them, feeling like a complete crazy person for what I had experienced. Strangely enough, though, they didn't seem very surprised at all. They then told me that wasn't the first time something strange had happened there. My aunt and uncle had all kinds of stories about that place. For example, my little cousin would frequently wake up screaming about a shadow man staring at him in his bed, or my uncle going upstairs to work on his computers one day and discovering the gas stove turned on but unlit, leaking gas into the house. All kinds of things being misplaced, doors being unlocked or left open after they had been locked before. I still don't think I believe in the paranormal, and I consider myself an agnostic atheist, but I can't really find a reasonable explanation for what I experienced that weekend. It was all just too weird. Before I tell this story, let me first set the scene. It was summer of 1996, and I was 15 years old at that time. I grew up in a good neighborhood in a typical Swedish university town with my dad. I was a pretty well-behaved kid. I did good in school, didn't smoke or drink. In fact, I didn't even want to go to parties. I didn't have a boyfriend, but I did have a crush on a boy at school, and I felt pretty sure he was curious about me too. We were both shy people, though. This event took place in the end of August, when the light summer nights started to slowly grow darker, and the days got slowly shorter as well. It was a very hot summer, though, and all the popular girls would wear white, tight tops to show off a flat tummy. One day, I had bought one for myself, just to try and see what it would be like to be a normal teenage girl. I had those silly shoes, too. The Spice Girls-inspired ones that sprained many an ankle during that era. Afterwards, I wondered if this is the outfit that started this whole thing. Suddenly, after I'd started dressing like this, I started to get notes. They were placed in the basket of my bicycle. There would be messages like, "I like your style, baby," and "growing into a woman before my very eyes, eh?" I didn't tell anyone. I very strongly suspected the idiot gang at school, two of whom lived very close to me. I thought perhaps they were just teasing me for changing my style. Teenage logic, I mean, we've all been there, right? To show them that I really didn't care what they thought, I decided to wear my new style all the damn time. One morning, I noticed that someone had stepped on the flowers in the flower beds under several of our windows, and I told my dad about it. He was worried it was someone scoping the place out, planning to break in, and asked me to turn on the alarm whenever I was home alone. Things had gone missing before. Insignificant things, but still, you never know, right? My dad owned a rather successful small business, and to celebrate the 10-year mark since its opening, he wanted to treat all of his employees to a big weekend away and booked a place up in Corunna. I was used to being left alone at home. Sometimes his work demanded that he travel for a week or so, and that really wasn't a problem to me. Again, I was a very good kid. And anyway, only a few houses down the street lived a couple that we knew very well. They would usually check on me like once a day if I was alone for many days. They had no kids of their own, so they often helped out with everyone else's. I think it gave them a sort of joy. It was on Saturday that this happened. I had arrived home very late on my bicycle after having watched Cutthroat Island at a friend's place. I walked in the front door when I suddenly noticed a draft flowing in. Had I forgotten to close the window before I left? Then I noticed, though, that the alarm was turned off as well. Had I forgotten that too? I didn't think I would. I walked through the house to the living room, only to see Mr. W., a man from down the street, stood right in front of me. "Hi there, kiddo. Did I scare you?" "Sorry, just came to check in on you." I found this very strange since it was well past 1 a.m., and he reeked of alcohol. "It's fine. I'm off to bed now, though, so can you leave?" I said. I got the strangest feeling. Despite it being a very warm, hot summer night, I was shaking with cold. Something inside me told me this was a very dangerous situation. I could just tell that something about him was off, as if he was wearing a mask, as if someone else was behind his eyes, not the friendly, loving Mr. W. I had known my entire life. "Wine?" he said, and nodded in the direction of a wine bottle. I shook my head no. "I don't drink. My dad, you know." I tried to sound as normal as I could, but my voice just didn't feel like my own. "Ah, come on, you're almost a grown woman now. You can do as you wish," he continued, pouring the wine into an unwashed glass. "I've been watching you, you know. You really have grown." He kept telling me how beautiful I had become, and how he had noticed my new clothes. Surely I knew it was an open invitation to men like him. "I'm a real nice person, don't you think? I'll be good to you. You can trust me. I'll be real gentle." I started to back towards the front door. He stopped me by grabbing hold of my upper arm and began pulling me towards him. "Don't be like that. No one likes a tease," he said. When I tried to break free, he laughed in my face. "Oh, you want to play, huh? I can play." He started to shake me. I felt how much stronger he was than I, and realized I had to make him let go long enough for me to run away. At this point, it was as if someone else hijacked my brain. I started doing and saying things I wasn't even aware of until afterwards. "Yeah, I like to play," I heard myself say. He smiled and began to touch my hair. He started to drag me off to the bedroom, and I tried to pretend to be into it. I had never had sex or even truly wanted to. I had no idea how to fake this, but I tried my best. The moment he tossed me onto the bed, I said, "Hold on, you have to go lock the front door and turn on the alarm." I tried to look eager and not scared out of my mind. "Okay." He jumped up and looked back at me. "Don't move." I was on my feet faster than I thought possible. I locked the bedroom door from the inside. My plan, however, had not turned out like I hoped. It turned out he had taken me to my dad's bedroom, not mine. My bedroom had a window that led out onto the roof of the garage, and from there I could have jumped, but this room had no such escape. At least I still had my phone on me. My brain had completely forgotten the number to the police. The only number I could remember in that moment was my dad's work phone. Luckily, he answered right away. My dad phoned the cops from his other phone. I still had him on the line while Mr. W began trying to open the lock with a screwdriver, shouting at me, and promising to gut me like a fish when he got in. My dad had also phoned my other neighbor, Mr. K, who used to be in the military. He would often brag about how he would treat any burglar to a trip to the emergency room if ever given the chance. Mr. K arrived before the police, and let's just say he didn't break his promise. The sounds of the fighting outside the room were terrible. I had no idea who was winning on the other side. Mr. K was an old guy but fit, but Mr. W had a weapon. I don't think I even dared to breathe until I heard Mr. K ask me from the other side of the door if I was okay. I didn't dare come out of that room before the police arrived, and even then I was almost unable to move, as if my mind had escaped my body. A man who I had known since toddlerhood had suddenly started to stalk me and planned to use the fact that my dad was out of town to rape me and do God knows what else. I had completely trusted him, and I had been so wrong. I still have trust issues today. I spoke to his wife once, long after the incident. She had filed for divorce, and she told me the reason she refused to have children with him was that deep down she feared they would not have been safe in their home. Mr. W is dead now, and I'm very glad. Okay, so first let me say I debated about posting this here because I may be overreacting about a few weird things that have happened in the past couple weeks at my house. I thought to myself though and decided to go ahead and share anyway, and see what y'all think about it. Please tell me if you think I'm overreacting. I won't be offended or anything like that if anyone tells me I'm being silly. First off, our house has a basement/crawl space that's only accessible from the outside, through a door directly underneath my bedroom window, about 10 feet from the bottom of the steps leading up to the back deck. It's a fairly large space actually, dirt floor and concrete walls, clean and plenty big enough for a grown man to stand up in. Until very recently, it was mostly half full of junk, mostly from our kitchen renovation. Things like paint cans, equipment, extra floor tiles, just random stuff like that. We had also put a padlock on it. We asked our yard guy to do some extra work that included cleaning it completely out. When it was empty, we didn't bother to put the lock back on it. It has a sliding bolt on it that keeps it closed in addition to the little loop thingy that you put the padlock on, so we just kinda slid in the bolt and called it good. There was absolutely nothing in it, so there was really no point to locking it, we thought. A couple of weeks ago, my boyfriend was out on the back deck emptying the recycling bins when he noticed that the door was open. Someone would have had to actively opened it. The sliding bolt is rusty, so it wouldn't easily just come open on its own. He went to check it out, and of course there was nobody there. It was still completely empty. He thought, well, okay, someone must have been poking around and didn't find anything interesting. He did tell me about it though and reminded me to keep the doors locked whenever he wasn't home. A few days after that, I had the dog outside when he ran straight to the door and started sniffing and scratching at it. I noticed that it was slightly ajar once again. I opened it fully and went inside and walked around. Nobody there. Let me add here that we have a lot of trees and wildlife on our property, including raccoons, groundhogs, and tons of squirrels as well. We have one huge oak tree that overhangs the roof covering the master bedroom, so it's nothing unusual to hear squirrels and other animals on the roof, with their little pattering feet and various scratching sounds. Yesterday I was here alone, laying in bed reading a book. The house was completely silent. Usually the dog would just lay in bed beside me, but this day he was acting very fidgety, pacing about and just being generally weird. I was hearing the usual late afternoon squirrels or whatever on our roof, but then I heard a noise that was very clearly the crawlspace door creaking open. It's directly underneath the window to my right, so I stood up and slowly creeped over to it, being very careful not to be seen. I cracked the shades just a tiny bit to peek out. I could see a man starting up the steps to the back deck, having just exited from the crawl space. Immediately, I said, "Oh, fuck no." I dropped the shades and headed up the hall directly to the door he was heading to confront that man. At that same moment, my dog went nuts barking and beat me to the door, but he was nowhere to be seen when I got there. I had only seen him through the window for a split second, and I had only seen him from the back as he was heading up the steps. He was wearing a baseball cap, so I couldn't even have said what color his hair was, really. I'm guessing my dog scared him away. But what the fuck was he doing, walking up on my porch in broad daylight, with someone obviously home, if he hadn't planned on knocking on the door? And besides, who would knock on the back door anyway? People would come to the front to knock, not walk all the way back through the trees into the backyard. I waited for a few minutes for anything to happen, then grabbed my pepper spray out of my purse and went to investigate. Sure enough, the crawlspace door was open once again. No one was inside. When my boyfriend got home, he put the padlock on it this time. Then he got my gun out of the safe where it's been for years and insisted I keep it under the mattress on my side of the bed. I only agreed to that after he loaded it with rat shot because I don't think I could honestly shoot another human being, even in self-defense. Rat shot wouldn't do much more than scare someone with the noise of the gunshot. He was of course highly pissed at me that I'd gone by myself into the basement to check things out. But I'm more angry than frightened. I don't know if I'm overreacting, that just because someone had been inside the basement a few times, I automatically assumed the man I saw was responsible and meant to harm me. I'm fairly certain he did come from there though, because I definitely heard the door open just seconds before I saw him on those steps. With it locked up now, if someone had been coming in routinely in and out, hopefully that will stop. Like I said, I just don't know if I'm freaking out over nothing. I'm going to keep my doors locked just in case. This story is one of those perfect pieces from my grandmother's Things Were Very Different in the 50s collection. This story is her perspective of the event as she told it to me. Some background information before we get into things. This took place in February of 1956. My grandma was 18 at the time, and in her freshman year at a large, well-known state university in the Northeast Division of the Midwest. She described this time in college as the most freedom she'd ever had, even with very strict curfews for girls in particular, and an upsetting amount of racism and sexism that fueled school culture, both from the faculty and from students. The school had a very secretive approach to matters of crime on campus. Anyway, now into the story. I was in my first few months of the winter semester when I had come down with the flu that had been going around campus. I remember hating every second of it, especially because I had to get my first ever shot of penicillin. We had a lot more space on campus than there is now, so in order to prevent my roommate from getting sick, they had me boarding in the convalescent room that was on the first floor of my actual dorm room, only in a new wing that was still having the finishing touches added to it. I had unpacked all of my belongings for my stay until I was no longer contagious, and decided to do some homework since my stomachache was keeping me up. From my room, I could see maintenance workers doing their jobs and getting the additional rooms ready due to the fact that this flu was running rapid on campus. It seemed there was going to be a far greater need for convalescent rooms for students to recover in without getting others sick around them. I had been sitting at my desk doing homework with my hair in curlers and in my jammy shirt and underwear. After a few hours, I realized it was now about 10. So I decided it was about time to get some rest and continue tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly how long I was asleep for, but out of nowhere, my locked door began to open and the lights were suddenly turned on. I immediately woke up thinking there must be some sort of fire or perhaps a campus emergency. I held the cover up to my chin, sitting up only to see a man who seemed to be in his late 40s quietly closing the door behind him as he walked into my room. As I heard the door shut and the lock turn, I realized that an emergency alert was not on this man's agenda for the night. I thought it was so odd he had turned the lights on as well, because it allowed me to notice every single detail about him. He walked towards me, putting his finger over his lips, which led me to notice how awful his complexion was and how bright red his hair was as well. He was wearing a suede rust-colored bomber jacket and these green corduroy pants. As he was walking towards me, the only thought I could form in my brain was how I was not about to let this man see me in my jammy shirt and undies. He seemed to walk toward me in slow motion. As he got nearer to me, I realized he was carrying an unusually sharp screwdriver with him. For some reason, in my panicked state, all I could think about was him seeing me in my jammy shirt and underwear, so I decided to engage with him. "What are you doing here? Don't you know I'm really sick? You're gonna get the disease too." "Just be quiet and you won't get hurt." At this point, he was right beside me in my twin-sized bed, holding the screwdriver to my throat. I held the covers as close as possible to my face. I really didn't want him to see me. I kept going on about my flu, saying he was going to get sick, when all of a sudden he snapped at me, pushing harder into my neck with his screwdriver. He interrupted my speech on contagious airborne illnesses with a very harsh, "Shut up, you stupid little girl. Be quiet and let me see your body." I don't know why, but for some reason, I decided to stay on course with my original strategy of not screaming, but instead talking his ear off and being extremely annoying about all the different ways he could be getting sick right now. It would be such a shame after all. He gave me this extremely puzzled look as to why I wasn't letting him get a single word in of his interjections, regardless of how many times he threatened me with that screwdriver. I noticed his grip on me began to slowly loosen, and eventually he began walking his way backwards before dashing out of my room. I know for a fact that I had heard him exit through the fire door next to me, but I found it odd that the alarm had not gone off. At that moment, the seriousness of the situation flooded into me, and I burst into tears, running and screaming towards the RA, who had just been napping in the office. From there, the campus police were called, but because of their blatant disregard for my account of the events, they told me I was just being hysterical and it was only a bad dream. As soon as I told them he had escaped through the fire door but the alarm hadn't gone off, my story was chalked up to me being emotional over a bad dream. I didn't really expect to hear anything else regarding this. I hadn't told my parents out of fear that they wouldn't let me finish my degree. They were never happy about me attending college because they felt they were spending money for me to just become a housewife. However, about a week later, I had campus police come directly to me, asking me to come with them. I had no idea why they needed me, and hardly spoke to me the entire time. All they told me to do was walk up to a bench full of men, identify the one I had dreamt about, and leave. It wasn't until nearly a year later that I found out what this was all about. Apparently, a week later, a young woman had been found dead, sexually assaulted, and covered in stab wounds, specifically around her neck. My identifying my dream assailant was the confirmation they needed to link him to her murder. This man had been a hired electrician for the school's new buildings and wings, and so he had access to the keys of the newly renovated room I had been in. That explains how he got into my locked room. This also explained how he was able to exit the fire door with no alarm sounding. I'm guessing he did what electricians do and found a way to disarm it. I was completely left in the dark about all of this, and only found out from begging my RA friend to explain at least some details regarding the case. All I know now is that the man was found guilty and sent to the state hospital for the criminally insane. I don't know anything else. Looking back, I guess I was really lucky in that moment. My only concern was that I didn't want him to see me in that state. If I had recognized the real danger I was in, who knows how I would have reacted, or how he would have responded. Anyway, my grandma was unable to answer any more questions regarding the details of what happened to him, because the school was very strict about keeping this quiet. Of course, they didn't want the word getting around that someone they had hired had done this. they did their very best to handle this as secretively as possible, so other students or parents weren't alarmed. My grandma was just sent on her way, never really informed on the case after this. She was never updated to the whereabouts of her little visitor for the remainder of her time at the university either. To start things off, this incident occurred in a small-town community, where it's not really crime-ridden or exactly dangerous. Around this time last year, I was working full-time at a little Japanese retailer shop at the mall near my house. My schedule fluctuated every now and then, but the majority of my shifts were closing shifts. I actually preferred this because it gave me enough time to sleep in, make myself a lunch, catch the bus, and get to the mall a bit earlier to buy snacks and a drink. At least before I had to begin my dreaded 8.5-hour shift. On one particular day, as I was getting ready to walk to the bus stop, I saw a big commotion going on right across from my house, at the town hall. I crossed the street right in time before several other police cars and an ambulance rushed by, sirens wailing extremely loudly. I'm sure the entire neighborhood heard. I was wondering what exactly was going on, but I very quickly disregarded it as I got on the first bus nearby my house. I got off at the intersection where I was supposed to take a second bus that leads me straight to the terminal across the mall. While I was waiting at the shelter, I see this guy, around my age in his 20s. He was staring right at me, and his eyes were so black and empty. Mind you, there was no one else around, just the two of us. I remember thinking to myself that it seemed odd. He was wearing a sweater with a heavy-looking backpack as well, and construction boots too. They were oversized for his tall, slim figure. It was blazing hot outside that day, so obviously this was not normal wear. Not even for a split second did he once tear his gaze away from me. Then it quickly hit me that I recognized him as a regular customer that frequently came in to buy earphones at the store I worked at. Now, I've been told I draw in all kinds of people to me with my friendly, positive aura, but for some reason I felt the need to pretend like I was on my phone to avoid any sort of conversation with this guy. He proceeded to take a seat right beside me, still gazing at me, and mustered a "hi" before going on that he recognized me from work. He asked if I was going there right now. When the bus finally arrived, we both hopped on and he took the seat right next to me. We had some small talk about random stuff and our hobbies. He went on to tell me about his broken relationship with his parents, where he ended up getting kicked out. I assumed he was homeless at first. He kinda confirmed it subtly when he told me he'd been couch surfing between friends' houses. We finally reached the bus terminal that was across the mall. He even ended up walking me to my work even though I didn't ask him to before going off on his own way. Before departing, he asked for my number, which I stupidly gave to him, and told me, "If you ever want to chill out or just smoke with me, you can text me." After actually conversing with him, I shrugged off my preconceived judgment I'd had of him earlier of being creepy. He was just a guy that was a bit socially awkward and a bit perma-fried, sure, but he was just a guy. He ended up texting me later on that night asking to hang out, but I cut the conversation short since I was tired, and I had to work the next day as well. I never heard from him again after that. Now, here is where things get interesting. After a few days, then weeks, news reports started coming out that there had been a violent sexual assault that occurred right where the trails were across from my house, right near the town hall. The victim was a teenage girl who had been going for a walk when she was struck by an unknown object by the suspect. He happened to be armed with a gun as well, and proceeded to sexually assault her before fleeing the scene. It took about a week for the police to find out who it was. The investigation was ongoing. It shook up the entire community, because nothing like this had happened there before. It was fairly peaceful and extremely close-knit. It was also particularly scary because it happened in broad daylight. So when police released images of the suspect with his full name, following his arrest, I damn near had a heart attack. It was him, that very same guy who I met at the bus stop that day, who had walked me to my work, who asked me for my number, who had been texting me all throughout the day. All of this after committing that horrible crime. He had the same dark black empty eyes, long hair. He was wearing the exact same sweater, backpack, and shoes even. I started looking at past news reports to compare the dates and times to when he texted me, and everything lined right up. Needless to say, my intuition about people is on and off. I should learn to trust it more probably. I felt a bit guilty hoping I could have done something earlier, but there was really no way for me to know until after. This was about 10 years ago, but I still remember it very clearly. At the time, I was working swing shift, so I would get off work downtown at about 12 a.m. or so. I had to wait 30 minutes for a bus, which took an additional 30 minutes to get to the stop closest to my house, which was a little under a mile away after that. I rode this bus practically every night. It was usually fairly empty, aside from myself and perhaps a few other people getting off retail jobs as well. I'd see those people around pretty often. This usually happened during the holiday times when stores were super open late and the closing employees would ride the same bus as me. I was the last stop on the line though, and I was usually the very last person on that bus. This night, the same people as always got onto the bus and got off at their regular stops. On the second to last stop though, I noticed another guy was still on the bus, a guy I had never seen before, and I saw that he was watching me as well. I was 18 years old at the time and dressed up in sort of junky clothes. I worked at a homeless shelter, so I never dressed up nice or anything for work. Still, I guess even that would draw the attention of creeps on the bus being a girl alone late at night. Whatever, I thought to myself. Usually I just tell creepy guys to fuck off and at the very worst they'd say I was a bitch and that would be the end of it. By 18, I dealt with plenty of this sort of thing plenty of times, so I wasn't particularly upset by this. But I could tell something about this creepy guy was sort of different. He was an overweight Middle Eastern man dressed up in a knit sweater, slacks, and wire-frame glasses. He didn't say a word the entire time we were on the bus. Instead, he just stared, never once breaking his gaze, just transfixed on me. Finally, we arrived at my stop, the very last stop, and he was still sitting there in the back of the bus, watching me as I got off. I thanked the bus driver, hopped off the bus, and realized that the dude was still on that bus. I started to walk up the hill to my house like I always did, when I noticed that the bus was still sitting at the stop instead of pulling out and putting its to-terminal sign on like it normally did. Weird, sure, but I kept on walking. I'd made it about 500 feet away when I heard the bus pull out and drive off, and then I could hear someone sprinting behind me. Without even looking back, I could tell right away it was that guy from the bus. He was 50 feet behind me at this point. I could hear him heaving to catch his breath after that running, and he called out to me, "Princess, please, wait!" Of course, I did not wait. I kept on going, but he didn't stop. He kept shouting after me, "Please, please, princess, I want to make love to you. I have money with me. Please, I will pay you." I didn't stop walking. I didn't want to make eye contact or even acknowledge this guy. I also realized, though, I was walking down a dark street with no cars and no people. He was hot on my trail. Luckily, he didn't seem to be able to keep up with me. He kept having to stop since he was so winded. By the time I'd made it down the block, he was shouting at the top of his lungs, "Princess, princess, please let me make love to you. I will pay you, just stop, please." He started sobbing hysterically, absolutely wailing, all while yelling that he wanted to make love to me and would pay me for it, calling me princess over and over. He wouldn't stop sobbing. He was so loud that I'm actually surprised he didn't wake anyone in the neighborhood up with his crying. At this point, he was still somehow 50 feet behind me, sobbing the whole way. I was 5 blocks from my house and didn't want to let this weird guy know where I lived. I decided to call 911. He kept sobbing and crying and pleading with me. I let the dispatcher know some guy I didn't know at all was following me, propositioning me and crying in the middle of the street. He was crying so loud she could hear him sobbing in the background of the call, and said a deputy would be there soon. I live in a really skinny strip in an unincorporated part of the county, between 2 cities with their own police departments, so response times weren't that bad. I yelled back to the guy, "Yo, I just called the cops, so leave me the fuck alone." He just stopped right where he stood, sobbing. I kept walking, but very slowly, since I was now approaching where my house was. A couple of minutes passed, there's lights flashing and a sheriff coming down the street. When I turned around, the crying guy was nowhere to be seen. The officer asked if I wanted him to go look for him or if I just wanted a ride home. I didn't ever want to deal with that guy again, so I accepted the ride and asked him to check out the area around my house after he dropped me off. After all, it's pretty unusual to see an overweight Middle Eastern guy in a sweater and slacks wandering around sobbing at 1:30 a.m. on a weeknight in a residential area. I have no idea really if they found him. I had no idea what would happen if they did find him, since I'm not sure if anything he did was actually illegal or just weirdly creepy. Needless to say though, I deadbolted my house and stayed up all night talking to a friend in a different time zone until it was finally morning. The following account occurred roughly 3 years ago during the summer of 2012. It's always been difficult for me to talk about, but I found writing about it to be very therapeutic. I was 17 at the time this happened, and I had just gotten my first job. I lived in rural Western Virginia, in a small mountain community. My mom's best friend owned a camping resort not far from my house that had a general store. She said she'd pay me to help out in the store during the busy months in the summer. It was a pretty easy job, all things considered, and I met a lot of out-of-towners too. That was nice because our community could get so isolated, and most of us lived pretty far away from one another. One day, this huge, burly mountain man type walked into the store. He must have been in his late 40s or early 50s, probably around 6'5", and must have been at least 280 pounds. He looked very dirty, like he worked outside a lot. His clothes were sort of tattered, and he had a very long beard as well. We had a few of these woodsy hermit types in the area, and he definitely looked like one of them. He bought some very basic items, one of which was one of our homemade bars of soap. When he walked up to the register, he looked me up and down very intently. He didn't talk for a full minute. He just stared at me. Clearly, his people skills needed a bit of working on after so much time in the wilderness. "Did you make this soap?" he asked very gruffly. Possibly. I help out with that stuff sometimes." "You make a lot of your own stuff?" Toiletries and things like that, yeah." I like that," he said, nodding to himself. I honestly didn't know how to respond. I quickly rang up his items and he paid me with crumpled up money. Right before he left, he asked, "You cook too?" "Sometimes," I replied. "Bet the boys around here are itching to marry you." He smiled to himself. I said nothing. I was puzzled as to what I'd said that must have stood out as wife material. I told Krista, my mom's friend, about the bizarre encounter. She sort of laughed it off, as did the rest of my family and friends. But after that, the mountain man started turning up way more often. We'd chat a little bit here and there, and I found out he had a cabin deep in the woods. He claimed he'd built it with his bare hands. He said he hunted and lived off the land, other than the few things he bought at the store, of course. Over time, our chatter escalated, with him making comments about how nice it would be to have a woman like me around who could make those things and cook his kills for him. One time he even said out loud that I had the burthen hips that men lust after. Shudder. He even started inviting me to fish with him, hunt with him, see his place. I always politely declined. He got more and more insistent over time though, and I told Krista about how uncomfortable he was starting to make me. The intensity with which he said these things really scared me. She said that from then on, whenever he came in to go get her, and she would ring him up instead. Thanks to her intervention, I started speaking with him less, and I thought I wouldn't have to deal with him any further. One night though, as I was closing up, it was very late, around 10 o'clock at night. Krista had already left about an hour before, and I was leaving by myself. The only two cars in front of the store were an old blue pickup truck and mine. I was immediately alarmed because I knew that mountain man drove a blue pickup, but I didn't see him in the lot or anywhere around, just his car. I walked quickly to my car and checked the back seat before I started her up. Then though, when I first turned the key in the ignition, I got nothing but sputters. I tried several more times and started to get really scared. Out of all possible nights, why is this happening tonight? I remember asking myself that very angrily. Just as I was reaching for my phone to call for help, I could hear a loud pounding on my driver's side window. Honestly, I'm shocked I didn't piss myself. I didn't even want to look, because I knew immediately it was him. I did though, and my suspicions were confirmed. He smiled a big grin at me, showing me exactly which teeth were missing. "Need some help?" he said loudly through the window. I shook my head furiously. "My dad is already on his way," I said, hoping to scare him off. I hadn't spoken to my dad in years though. The mountain man simply laughed. "I already know he's not. Open the door." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up straight. How could he possibly tell I was bluffing? "No, leave me alone." Suddenly, he became very angry. He yanked on the handle. Luckily, I had remembered to lock all the doors when I first got in. He began to furiously pull and started slamming against the window. "Leave now or I'm calling the cops," I screamed at him. He clearly wasn't getting the message though, so I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. I must have sounded hysterical to the dispatcher. I knew she could hear him slamming the window. She said she would have officers out ASAP, but that far out it could be a while until they got there. "The cops are already on their way, so go away," I screamed at him, but it didn't seem to deter him at all. After a few more minutes of pounding, he suddenly stopped and walked back to his truck. I watched him go, hopeful he would leave me alone. As soon as he reached it though, he started walking back toward me, holding a crowbar in his hand. "No, get the fuck away from me!" He started swinging at the driver's side window with that crowbar. I ducked down into the passenger seat on the floor and covered the back of my neck like they teach you in tornado drills. I could hear the sickening crack of the window, but not for long. Suddenly, I heard male voices shouting, telling Mountain Man to get the hell away from my car. I sat up and saw two men approaching, one with a shotgun pointed at the Mountain Man. I recognized them as a couple of guests staying at the resort for a camping trip. I breathed a sigh of relief and got out of the car, telling them that the police were already on their way. I thanked them profusely as we waited for the police to arrive together. Surprisingly, Mountain Man didn't try to make any moves to get away. The cops arrived pretty quickly after though, so I guess he didn't really have much of a chance even if he did. They took him away and I gave them my statement. I was pretty shaken up for a while afterward. A few weeks later, I finally got the scoop on the man. Apparently, he had a history of mental illness. He had been in and out of state institutions. He really had been living in an old abandoned cabin in the woods, where he wasn't taking his meds, and his issues were only getting worse. My cousin Luke happens to be a cop. Later on, he told me some more about the case that he had heard through other officers. The police did a search of the cabin after the incident to see if there was anything that might be of interest to them. They found a journal that MM kept. Apparently in it, he said he was very lonely and wanted a wife. He mentioned me by name a lot. Luke said there were a lot of lewd things in there about me he didn't want to share, but to put it simply, he had a very detailed plan to abduct me, starting with sabotaging my car engine to get me into a vulnerable position. When Luke said that, I nearly burst into tears, thinking about how horribly that night would have gone if those two men hadn't come along to help. Thankfully, since then he's been put back into a state institution, and with any luck, he'll stay there for good. Okay, so this happened last night. My friends and I were all hanging out. It had already been a very hectic afternoon without going into too much detail. We'll save that for later. It was a relatively warm evening, so we were going for a walk around the town the majority of us lived in. This was something we did often enough that we would have felt very safe doing it individually, let alone with a group of 7 people in tow. There were 2 15-year-olds and 4 16-year-olds, one of which was a month away from 17. We had been walking for over an hour now. We would always walk over to this ice cream shop, which was the furthest point from the house we'd meet at before we turned around and headed back. We were already about halfway home from there at this 4-way intersection right next to a Dunkin' Donuts. We were approaching the intersection, laughing about some stupid joke one of us had made or something, when this lady suddenly crossed the street and began screaming. She was in her late 40s or mid-50s. Wait, stop! She ran across the intersection directly through traffic to get to us. Now at this point, all instincts were telling us to turn around. The problem was, to get home, we had to go in the direction this person was running from. We approached the intersection just as she reached us. Oh, good, you're all teenagers. Will you come to our concert later? We have 4 bands. It's teenager music. We've got free pizza and snacks like brownies and cookies. We've even got a popcorn machine. Needless to say, we were a little disconcerted. We tried to politely decline, saying it was going to get dark soon, and we had to be home very quickly. However, she wouldn't let us get a single word in edgewise. My friend tried to tell this lady she didn't like that type of music, but she quickly changed her original statement after. Oh, don't worry, it's all kinds of music. Come on, you'll love it. If you don't like it, you can just walk right back out. It's just a mile up that street right over there. Come on, you'll fit right in. She then began to force us in the direction of the concert, trying to get us to follow her, as if there hadn't already been enough red flags. This was one of the more significant ones. All of us were extremely uncomfortable now, but we tried to laugh it off. My cousin was smart. She held up her phone to her ear as if she was calling someone, although she wasn't. There's terrible cell service in my town, which is something that made us even more nervous. Hello? Yeah, we're on our way back right now. We'll be there in a few minutes. Sorry, that was my dad calling. The crazy lady took practically no notice of this. She just kept on trying to desperately convince us. By now, the sun was almost completely set. We were all just itching to get out of there and go home. One of our other friends piped up. We have to go ask our parents first anyway. Here's the most scary and unsettling part of the whole conversation, in my opinion. Immediately, the crazy lady began to panic. No, do not tell your parents. It's only a half mile up that road. You all have cell phones, don't you? You can call them on the way there. Now we were all more than a little nervous. Everyone was looking at that Dunkin' Donuts, as though if we looked hard enough we'd teleport inside. Nobody knew what to say at this point. I mean, how do you even react to this situation? Don't worry, it's a church. Nothing bad can happen to you. Cue a bunch of nervous laughter from her and some muffled disagreements from us. It's on until 9 o'clock. We'll be there in half an hour. She gestured across the street to this other lady and 2 kids in matching yellow t-shirts. They came sprinting across almost immediately. As we got a closer look though, it was obvious the kids were extremely uncomfortable and would rather be anywhere else in the world. The other lady was definitely older, as she was full of white hair. "Hey there, these guys are coming to our concert. They don't know anybody, but..." The old lady immediately piped in as the kids began to hand out a few flyers. "Oh, they don't know anybody? Perfect." At this point, we were done. We had no intentions of being kidnapped 10 minutes from our destination. We started sprinting across the crosswalk to Dunkin' Donuts. They wanted assurance we'd go later, and we yelled back to them falsely, of course. We went inside because there were more people in there, and felt safer since there hadn't been anyone out on the street except those crazies. Honestly, I'm going to be telling this story for a few months after. All I can say to the crazy lady and her friends is, I don't know what your problem is, but I hope we don't meet again. Must have been a cult or something. A few months back, I went on a date with a guy who seemed familiar to me, but I couldn't quite put my finger on where I'd seen him before. I assumed I must have met him on a night out or something. It was a very last-minute thing, and I told him immediately how I wasn't really looking for anything, but it would be nice to hang out. That was a mistake. When I met him at first, he seemed like an alright guy. Things turned quickly sour though when we got to a restaurant. He didn't order, but I did. He immediately started saying things about loving my curves and my body. I laughed it off, but I thought he was being far too forward. He could have put it more nicely, or perhaps kept that to himself. While having my food, he began to tell me about how I was different from the other girls, because they wouldn't let nice guys like him have a chance. Red flags immediately started going off, so I came up with a story that I could only be out for a little bit because my parents wanted me to dog sit. He did buy it, but afterwards proceeded to stare at my breasts and kept saying how he wished he could see me without clothes on, even saying I should send him a picture right then. I told him I don't do that sort of thing, and he was making me uncomfortable. He then stopped, but he told me about how he brought me a gift. He pulled out of his bag a bouquet of roses, which I honestly did think was sweet, and a bag of Tesco prawns. This confused me, and I burst out laughing. I asked him what decided to make him get that as a gift, and he said he knew I loved tempura and prawns. But the thing is, I'd never once told him that. He really didn't know anything about me. So alarm bells started going off again. My head told me to run, but I didn't want to be rude, so I stayed at least until the time I said I'd had to go. I had less than an hour left. Surely I could at least manage that much. He kept talking, but he started to scare me, because he started saying very personal aspects about my life. The school I went to, what I was like as a kid, what I was currently doing as my job, my hobbies. He got every single thing right. It scared me, because I had not told him any of this, and hadn't posted anything online about it either. I backed away, and asked him how exactly he knew all this information. Turned out his mother was one of my teachers in school, and he asked her everything she knew about me, and searched online for even the smallest scrap he could find about me currently. I don't know when he asked her this, but at this point I wanted to get the hell out of there. Thank God for my mom. Not long after, I got a text from my mom asking how things were. He didn't see the text, just that it was from my mom. I said, "Oh God, my mom and dad got the times wrong for the pictures, so I have to go now for the dog. Sorry." The guy accepted that, thankfully, and then started to walk me home. I only let him lead me about halfway because I'm not comfortable with people knowing where I stay, let alone this guy. He started insisting, though. He dropped the bombshell that he knew what road I stayed on, but didn't know exactly which house was mine. I told him, of course, that was really weird, and it creeped me out that he would even know that in the first place. He immediately tried to claim that I'd told him earlier in the night, but I never tell anyone that. I started to walk on the main road for my own safety. He grabbed my hand fiercely and said he knew a shortcut to get there. I told him I wasn't comfortable once more. He told me it was fine and started dragging me toward a quiet road. I was getting really scared. He stopped and shoved his tongue down my throat. I shoved him away and told him to stop, and he apologized. That's when I noticed a stranger walking a dog coming towards us, so I used that as an excuse to head toward the main road. I thought I was safe, but no. He kept on following me. I stopped and told him I wanted to part there, but how nice it was to meet him again. He looked confused and said we had never met. In fact, he'd set up this meeting specifically on a night I'd had off just to get me to come. I then began saying, "Look, I have to go." He cut me off and grabbed me and pulled me towards some bushes, saying, "Before you go, there's one more thing." I told him no and to let go of me, but he ignored me. He pulled me in, hurting my wrists on the way, and kissed me again. He said something about wanting a little privacy, but I managed to shove him off and told him no. He tried to grab me again and drag me to the bush once more, saying, "It'll only be a second," while I resisted. Some other dog walkers came by. He stopped and pulled to kiss me again, this time grabbing my breast as well. I shoved him and screamed, and just started running. My heart was racing. I was terrified. I thought he might try to do something horrible to me. I kept looking back to see where he was now, and he was nowhere to be seen. I ended up taking the long way home just in case. When I got there, I just started to cry. I thought something horrible was going to happen to me when I got another message from another account. It was him on a different one. He said how lovely it had been meeting me, how it was the best date ever, and how I was the prettiest girl he had ever kissed. Surely he would be seeing me again. He added how he hoped I had a lovely time, and showed me that he was a gentleman, then adding how he was on my road right now. I hid on the floor for the rest of the day. When I looked at his profile, I finally remembered where I had seen him before. Turns out he used to message my old Facebook account years ago with these weird messages and creepy edits, constantly saying how he loved me. This whole thing happened within just an hour and a half, but still, I never want to meet this guy ever again. This happened about 4 years ago. I was 20 at the time. The first time I met the guy who would become my grocery store stalker, he was standing outside the store collecting money for the Salvation Army Christmas time donations. I'm a fairly friendly person, so I like to say hi to people at places I frequent to be nice. This guy was a kid around my age, very tall, a mild resemblance to Lurch from the Addams Family, very dark circles under dark eyes, short black hair, and kind of a vacant look on his face. I chatted with him for all of 2 minutes, just idle chit-chat about the weather and whatnot. Nothing particularly memorable or interesting. Then I waved goodbye and went home. Little did I know that this single moment would be the start of something that would have me genuinely afraid. About 4 or 5 months passed by after that interaction, and I hadn't seen him around again. Then one day, as I was grocery shopping with a friend, as we were chatting, she suddenly got real quiet and kind of recoiled backwards, looking behind me. I turned around to see that guy, who had to be at least 6'4", towering over me not 8 inches from my body. He said hi and told me he remembered me from that December I had talked to him, then asked me for my number. I, being young and never having experienced this type of interaction before, told him I didn't have my number memorized, but I would write his down and text him later. I kinda half-waved my phone at him as well, pointing out my at-the-time boyfriend whose picture was my wallpaper, making a point to say, "Oh look, my boyfriend." I hoped this would clue the guy in, but no luck. He told me his number, which immediately upon getting I blocked, without letting him get mine. What made my blood really run cold though, was what he said after I put my phone away. He leaned in real close, and in a very low voice he told me, "Whatever I text you is for your eyes only." At this point, I started to feel genuinely uncomfortable. I said, "Yeah, sure, nice talking to you, but we gotta get back to shopping." I grabbed my friend and dragged her off, shooting a panicked look at her and asking why she didn't bail me out. Apparently, he really scared her too with his getting so close to me, and she didn't know what to do. I want to make it very clear, I'm not exactly a small girl. I'm 5'8" and solidly built. I can handle myself, certainly. I very rarely feel intimidated or small in the presence of anyone, male or female. But this guy was so huge he made me feel tiny and scared. In the months that would follow, he would make me even more truly frightened. I had hoped that creepy interaction would be the last time I saw him, but that was unfortunately not the case. After that initial meeting with him, saying that creepy thing about his texts being for my eyes only, it seemed like I would run into him every single time I went to the store. No matter what checkout lane I was in, he always seemed to appear out of nowhere at the end of it when I finished shopping. Every time I was in the store, I would notice him just out of the corner of my eye, watching me, no matter what area I seemed to be in. One time, I even caught him stealthily following me out to my car. At that point, I got really scared and decided to say something to the managers. After letting them know what was going on, they assured me they would tell him not to talk to me any further. After that, sure, he wouldn't speak to me, but I would continue seeing him follow me around the store at a distance every time I went up there. It got so bad and I felt so frightened, I started to be too scared to go to the store at all. I'm one of those stubborn people, though, who refuses to be intimidated by someone to the point where I'll stop doing something. I had hoped that maybe it was a coincidence that he was following me. After all, it was a big store. Maybe he just had things to do that just happened to be in the areas I was shopping in. I started to pay even closer attention to my surroundings. Once I started really paying attention, though, I realized that every single time I was there, I would constantly notice him in every area of the store I was in. During my last encounter with him, I went to the store to grab just 2 or 3 items I needed for dinner that night. I first saw him standing outside when I got there. With his back to me, I quickly ran inside, hoping he hadn't seen me. Somehow, a few minutes later, I saw him at the very back of the store, and items in hand, I immediately made a beeline towards the front. As soon as I got near the checkout, I ducked behind one of the shelf displays and watched carefully at the front of the store to see if he would appear. Sure enough, he did. I watched as he searched up and down the checkout, and when he didn't see me there, I saw him step outside immediately. At this point, I ran for the nearest open cashier, rang up my items, and stuck my head out the door to look for him. I didn't see him there immediately, so I started trying to make my way back to where I was parked. I had parked a ways away, near the side of the store where a bunch of other small stores and restaurants were lined up. As I was walking towards my car, though, I realized I saw him standing by the entrance I had first entered the store through. I ducked behind a pillar immediately, hoping he hadn't seen me. I watched carefully from behind as he scanned the entire parking lot. Obviously, he couldn't find me. After a minute or two, he started to walk out towards the direction of the lot in front of the store. I took that opportunity to make a quick run for it to my car as soon as he was far enough away that I felt safe. As soon as I reached into my car and locked the doors, to my horror, I looked up and saw him standing right there, only 15 feet away from my car, with a shopping cart in front of him. I knew he had followed me. He knew that I knew he did this. I fully believe he had chased after me, and when I made it to my car, he grabbed the nearest cart to make it look like he was collecting them from the lot. I remember feeling absolutely terrified in that moment. I went home and immediately told my grandfather what happened. I began crying and shaking, and my grandfather told me to get in the car. We were going to settle this. He and I drove up to the store in his car and he walked me in and demanded we speak to the managers immediately. Both of them. When the managers arrived at customer service, he asked me to tell them what had been happening and demanded that they ensure he left me alone or he would involve the police. The managers swore up and down they would take care of it. As far as I know, he wasn't fired immediately though, because my friend who first encountered him with me when this whole thing began told me she would see him from time to time when she was there by herself. Anytime I was there with her though, coincidentally, she would never see him around. I fully believe he knew whenever I was there, only this time instead of stalking me, he started to avoid me altogether. Eventually, everyone who knew the situation stopped seeing him there, so I think he may really have gotten fired or perhaps moved on from that store. Either way, I haven't had any issues since, but I've never felt in my life so afraid of another human being as I did that day. Seeing him make eye contact with me in the parking lot as I locked my car doors. It still gives me creeps to think about. He was watching me so closely every time I entered that he could so easily avoid or follow me however he wanted. When I was 18, I got a job at Walmart. Small town, not much else there for someone fresh out of high school. You know the deal. I had been there about a month or so and worked in the jewelry department, usually from mid-afternoon until the department closed at 9 p.m. I would often close the department by myself, but obviously since Walmart is open 24 hours, other people were almost always around. One night I'm locking the cases up and putting things away. An overnight stalker walks by and says hi. I look up, smile, say hi back, and then go back to my business. This guy, the only way I can describe him is to say he looked kind of like one of the Bee Gees. Shoulder-length, frizzy hair, kind of a bouncy hop to his step whenever he walked, mid-50s. This started to become a regular thing. On nights I closed by myself, he'd walk by, say hi, and I would say hi back. That was about it. No actual conversation ever took place. Then on my birthday, a few of my friends who worked there got me a cake. I hugged them and said thank you. About an hour later, Mr. Bee Gees comes around with a birthday card, gave it to my manager to give to me. The manager thought it was extremely funny that this weirdo got me a card. At least until I opened it. Happy birthday. I saw you hugging those guys earlier. It made me really mad. But I called a friend and talked it out, you know? And he made me realize you're allowed to have other friends than me. Just please don't hug them anymore. Save those hugs for me. I don't know what kind of emotion showed on my face, but my manager grabbed the card, read it, then walked me back to the store manager's office and showed it to him as well. Store manager said the guy was obviously joking, but that he would talk to him about it later. I didn't see Mr. Bee Gees for around a week or so, until one night while I was closing, he plunked down a stuffed envelope on my counter as he walked by without a single word. Inside was 6 pages, front to back, of pure crazy. It was basically his entire life story, all about his family, the schools he went to, but with weird stuff added, like how his sister was a psychic, how his father was an exorcist, all sorts of that weirdness. The end of the letter was about how his friend who was 18 months old was missing, and he knew she was being raped because he could hear her screaming his name in his dreams. So, of course, that also went to the store manager. He had me file a written complaint and told me not to go outside by myself, not to wander near where the guy might be while I'm on my breaks. How about you get rid of him instead? 2 nights later, I was finishing up for the night, and the way the counter is set up, there's one opening and the counters go all the way around both sides. He brought a handcart around with boxes for my department, but pushed it into the only opening in the counters. I was now trapped inside. He stood there and stared at me, while I looked at him with what I'm sure was pure terror. I was then, and still am now, riddled with anxiety. I don't like confrontation. The last thing I wanted was for this weirdo to confront me about reporting him, twice. I could hear him whispering something. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." I turned around and started finishing my closing tasks, pretending he wasn't even there, though I could feel his eyes burning into my back. After a few minutes, I just looked at him and said, "Weren't you told to stay away from me?" He gave me the grossest predator grin. "The store manager asked me if I was joking, you know." I told him I was. Then he leaned as close to me as he could get with the counter between us and whispered right into my ear, "But I'm not joking." Then he walked away. For 2 weeks after that, he would randomly show up wherever I was. I would leave for lunch, he would be there, even non-work places. I would go to the mall and he would be there too. Another department manager told me he had been reported by 4 other people over the last 2 years for very similar behavior. I again went to my store manager, who told me the guy was harmless and maybe had a little bit of a crush. He was in his 50s, and I was 18 during this crap. A week later, I gave my notice and quit. He still works there 13 years later. Just gives me the heebie-jeebies. This happened around 2 or 3 years ago, but I still think about it every now and then when I'm walking alone and no one else is around. I was volunteering at a school in a rural area about 3 kilometers from my home. I didn't know how to drive, and I have an irrational fear of biking, but that's for another story. I didn't mind walking home every Wednesday because of this. I was 19 at the time, but just know that I looked at least 3 years younger. I was a short girl with a very round face, big eyes, and no makeup. It was winter, and it was very cold. It was also raining, and I had no umbrella either. It's fine though, I liked the rain. I was covered from head to toe, but I still enjoyed my peaceful walk, with music blasting through my headphones. As I was walking though, I saw something in my peripheral vision that I was always scared to see in a situation like this. A car slowing down, following me. I didn't know what to do. I tried not to assume the worst. I turned to see whether that car was the only car on that road, or if there were any potential witnesses in case something did happen. Nope, just this one car following me. No one else around as far as my eyes could see. Just in that moment, the driver lowered his window, and I saw his face. An old man who clearly seemed to take care of himself. Unfortunately, he was very strong looking, his eyes fixed on me. "Where are you headed? Would you like me to take you somewhere?" I took one earphone off, very confused. I had heard him because at that point I had already turned down the music to be more aware of my surroundings. Plus, despite not wanting to assume the worst, I still wanted to buy some time to think of it out in case. Where could I run? Could someone hear me if I screamed? Could anyone else around see us? Where could I go to get help? Well, there was no one, and nowhere to run or hide. I was walking through this very rural area, on the side of this road that had a single field on one side and woods on the other. The only house around was an old abandoned one up ahead. I tried to reason with myself. This man was probably just concerned that I was visibly walking a long distance, right? "Oh, no, thanks. I'm fine. I like walking." "Oh, no. I don't care about that. I just want you to get in my car." What? Maybe he was concerned because it was raining and I didn't have an umbrella or something. No thanks. I know it's raining, but I like the rain, so I'm okay." "No, I don't care. I just want you to get in my car. I'll drive you wherever you need to go." For fuck's sake, really? I'm giving this potential kidnapper 2 excuses and he doesn't take them. His intentions are becoming clearer and clearer. I couldn't ignore this anymore. He never broke eye contact with me, like he was analyzing my every move and reaction. I started to notice as well that his smile was slowly becoming more and more sinister. Was my fear just tricking me? This whole time, I was trying to look as friendly and naive as possible because I didn't want him to realize he couldn't trick me into getting into his car. His only choice would be to use force. Remember, no one is around to hear me if I scream. Listen, I just want to talk to you. Can I? Well, okay, what is it? No, I mean, I want to talk to you properly. Get in the car. I just want to talk for a moment. That's the only moment when he broke eye contact. It was to slowly look at me from head to toe. Well, you know what? How about I park a little bit further and you can join me and have a chat? Sure. I don't know if you'll find a place to park anywhere close, but go ahead if you want, sir. I'm only walking straight anyway. Perfect. See you there? Yes, sir. He smiled and drove away. I waited for his car to be far enough that I didn't think he could see me anymore. I immediately ran towards the abandoned house to hide, while I made a call to my mom for her to come get me. The police would not do anything, since I'm not in immediate danger. I tried calling my local police once after some serious threats from a stalker, and they told us to only call them if the stalker was on our property. That's also another story, though. I explained everything to my mom. She told me to send her a screenshot of Google Maps with my exact location, just in case something happened, and to stay hidden while keeping an eye on the road to see if the man's car appeared again. I was just about to end the call when I see his car slowly driving by once more. And what do I see when I check to look? He's looking right at me, as if he knew the whole time exactly where I was hiding. He waved at me with a smile on his face, still trying very hard to seem friendly. He knew I was hiding, and on a call with someone right now. He knew I wasn't as naive as I pretended to be. He gave me the creepiest smile, and then he just drove away. My mom was still on the phone with me, so I told her what just happened. She told me to stay calm and wait for her. We end the call. I wait. He doesn't come back again. My mom's car appeared much faster than I anticipated. I got in and we drove home. I still can't wrap my head around exactly what happened, or what could have happened either. Sir, whoever you are, whatever your intentions were, I hope I never see you again. This just occurred this past November. A close friend and I were on fall break from college and decided to go to an Odessa concert in downtown Chicago. We grew up in the suburbs, so going to Chicago to have fun was very common for us. Anyways, we had a great time at the concert itself and decided to Uber home since we weren't close to the train station. My friend told me Uber wasn't working for him at the moment, so I called the Uber instead. This was my first time though ever calling one, so I accidentally called an Uber pool, not knowing what that was. My friends saw that I'd done that and thought, doesn't really matter. The driver picks us up from right outside the concert venue. There were a lot of intoxicated people around, as one could imagine post-Odessa show, but we were pretty sober, as all we did was smoke some weed, which we were quite used to. We hopped in the car and everything was normal so far. We didn't notice, though, the direction the driver was taking us, as we were wrapped up in talking about the show. Turns up, the driver was going to the south side of Chicago, which we realized after some time by looking at maps. Our suburb, though, was exactly the opposite direction of this lengthy drive south. We decided to attribute this to the fact that it was an Uber pool and shrugged it off, until we picked up the next passenger. To be honest, this girl scared us. I don't like to judge people at first glance, but she scared us just by how she looked and how she talked. Once she got in, we asked the driver where we were going first, to which he stopped answering. Next thing I knew, my phone lit up, saying that the Uber trip had just been canceled, and for this duration of the ride, Uber had no record of me being in the car. I asked the driver what the hell was going on, and he didn't answer. It soon became clear the girl and the driver 100% knew each other, as they started calling each other nicknames. The girl was being quite strange, and seemed to be giving some sort of hand signals to him. We proceeded to drive even further south, to this neighborhood which was the sketchiest one I'd ever seen. I mean, it was so bad that I didn't even know neighborhoods like this even existed. Every single house was completely wrecked. There were no street signs on any of the streets. Most of the streetlights were bursted out or flickering, and homeless people were lying everywhere. There were beat-down warehouses and dark alleys, too. This was by far the scariest area I'd ever seen. No one who cared would hear a scream in this area. Once we started seeing all of this, our hearts dropped, because the driver refused to respond to anything we said. My friend looked over to me and whispered, "We need to get the fuck out of here." I replied, "Dude, look where we are." So we stayed in the car together. We got driven down this alley behind a warehouse where the streets ended. There were only fields beyond it. The driver was going down this alleyway at 2 miles per hour, but kept on slowly driving. The girl and the driver were clearly discussing something serious, but we couldn't make it out since they were mostly using hand signals. At the time, our hearts sank even more. We literally both thought we were going to be killed in this alley, or at best, someone was going to get in the car and rob us. He stopped, the doors unlocked, and I was in complete shock with a pale face. All of a sudden, my friend says, "Hey, you know I'm completely sober. I'm about to call 911. I'm assuming the driver had been waiting around the concert to pick up some wasted people to allow this to happen, but we were both sober. My friend was very serious. He already had 911 dialed up on his phone. The Uber driver looked back at us in complete shock as he saw the number dialed, and my friend's finger about to push the call. He looked over at the girl. The girl was clearly in shock as well. She shook her head no. "What the fuck, Rye?" The driver's nickname. She hopped out of the car. The driver then drove out of the neighborhood and onto the highway towards our suburb. All of a sudden, my Uber app gave me a notification saying we were now in a ride. All of a sudden, the driver was driving us to our actual destination. But again, he wasn't giving us any answers. He just said he was taking us home. We were wondering what the fuck just happened. He wouldn't say a single word to us. He would give brief responses about where we were going, but not a single thing about what happened. We got home safely and reported that driver for this ride, because obviously this was not how it was supposed to go. We think that the driver had been trying to wait for wasted people to call a pool so he could get away with this, but realized we were too big of a risk when it came time to do what they were going to do. We accepted we were part of a mugging scheme, and got lucky we decided to not get drunk at that concert. We had anxiety for weeks after this, but at least now we know just how sketchy some areas can be and how to be more safe in Chicago by not calling an Uber pool outside of a concert or bar, or anywhere you'll be intoxicated. It's so weird to me that people live like this, doing these kinds of sketchy things to innocent people, but I guess in a way it was very eye-opening. I'm a 33-year-old white female from Los Angeles. 3 years ago, my boyfriend and I, as planned for 5 years, turned 30, sold everything we owned, including my car, took his Trailblazer, and decided to just travel around the States and Canada. I guess you could sort of call us backpackers, as we tended to chase good weather, find a state park, and backcountry hike into the wilderness for days at a time. My brother liked to joke that we're anti-establishment hippies. We don't necessarily live off the grid, but between the two of us, we have one single prepaid phone, which we use for emergencies or checking in with family and friends, and a single MacBook which I use for work. I'm a freelance writer and content creator, and I'm on retainer with a robotics company. I mostly write boring white papers or web content, things like that. The whole point of our living situation is to live debt-free and have as few bills as possible. I only ever use free Wi-Fi, so 1 to 2 times a week we have to go to a city with a Starbucks. This background info is important so you know more about who we are and how simply we try to live. Neither one of us is involved in social media, and we know very little about Reddit or Instagram or whatever apps are around these days. Our phone isn't even a smartphone. We don't even text. Last summer, we decided to do some backcountry hiking in Arkansas. It's one of those states you don't ever really hear about other hikers visiting, but we read that it had some really beautiful natural landscapes. By the way, it sure does. The rules at this particular park were very lax. We didn't need a permit, there were very few basic laws or guidelines, and there was no check-in needed either. We had all the basics with us and planned to do a 6-day hike, 3 days in, 3 days out. The whole time we were out, we didn't see or hear another soul. But on day 1, we were prepping to move off trail and find a camping spot as it was getting near dusk. A half a mile off trail is usually the standard for us. We took what looked like kind of an animal trail, and about a half mile out we saw a green 2-person tent. It was almost kind of camouflaged in the foliage, so we came upon it almost by accident. Some backpackers prefer their privacy. Others are a bit more social. We are the more social type. We've had some great experiences camping near other backpackers, sharing stories, sharing food, even sharing a joint or two. We were about 30 yards away from the tent, which was zipped closed at this point. My boyfriend shouted out a greeting to make our presence known. No movement and no sound. We assumed green tent guy either wasn't around or didn't want to be bothered, so we started off in a new direction to put some distance between us. We camped and never heard a single peep. We moved along the next morning, completely forgetting all about green tent guy until nearing the end of day 5 on our trek back. We were again looking for a spot to camp off trail when we saw that green tent was still there. It wasn't necessarily that unusual, but normally backcountry hikers like to keep moving, so we weren't expecting it to still be there. This time, the tent flap was open though. My boyfriend yelled out his greeting again, but there was still no response. He wanted to go check it out, saying it was really weird and maybe the person had been hurt or something. I didn't really like that idea from the get-go, because even though we hadn't had any bad experiences personally, we'd heard far more than enough stories from other backpackers about hermits, mountain men that want privacy, people who carry guns all the time. But my boyfriend assured me we'd be fine. If all else failed, all we had to do was offer him some weed to keep the peace and go on our way. As soon as we got within 20 yards, the smell of decomposition was intense. My boyfriend had been hailing his greeting over the last 20 yards, but once the smell hit him, he stopped and turned to me concerned. What if we find a dead body? My skin crawled. I was immediately afraid. I had never seen a dead body before, and I didn't want to now. The closer we got to the tent, the worse the smell got. I knew for sure we were going to walk in and see some old camper's rotting corpse. What we found, though, was worse than that. Outside the tent was a dead doe's legs, all 4 of them coated with flies. It looked like the legs had been cut most of the way and ripped off the rest. It was a complete mess. Inside was the body and head of the deer. The middle portion was swaddled in a blue fleece blanket that was soaked with blood at the bottom, where the legs used to be. It was laying on its side, bottom facing the tent entry. The tail had been sliced off, and the anus and vagina was covered in dried blood and a gape, like something had been penetrating it. The same with its mouth. The bottom portion was bent down at a scary broken-looking angle. The tent was open now, so we could see everything without having to go inside. Not that we could have anyway, because the smell at that point was nearly debilitating. There was a dirty, almost empty clear bottle of Jergens baby oil and a stained green and white fringed kitchen towel. That was it. I immediately started crying and begged him to leave. All he could muster was a "what the fuck?" We turned around and ran. We ran to the trail and jogged down it as far as we could go until dusk was finally on us, and we had to set up camp. We didn't go very far off of it, and neither of us could sleep that night. We didn't start a fire or use headlamps after full dark. We just sat up whispering to one another, going over and over what we had just seen. Every single little noise startled us. It was like our brains were on red alert. I kept thinking that at any moment a dead deer rapist would come back to his tent and see our footprints or something. Then he'd know where we were and track us back to where we were. I had never been so scared in my entire life. Just before dawn, we tore down and started out. My boyfriend stopped at the ranger station on our way out of the park to report what he had seen. The ranger was a young guy around our age, and he looked as freaked out by our story as we were telling it. He wrote most of it down, and my boyfriend showed him on a map approximately where it had been. He asked if we knew how the deer was killed, and at that point we hadn't even thought about it. We assumed it had been shot, but because of the blanket we didn't see a wound. We weren't exactly giving it an autopsy either. We've since shortened our backcountry hikes to a maximum of 4 days. We've also been a lot less eager to call out to other campsites, and have never approached another unmanned tent again. So this happened to me on Thursday, April 25th, and I still can't shake off how terrifying and strange it was. I was home alone getting ready for my 12 o'clock college class that morning. I opened my blinds to let some natural light in. When I glanced out my window, I saw a man in his mid-30s, wearing a baseball cap and roaming around my property. He had his hands on his hips, swaggering around with a lot of weird confidence. Our yard was kind of like a cliff, and looked over onto our 5 acres of property down below. I live in the Pacific Northwest, so it's a pretty scenic view. I was really confused. Maybe this was a worker my mom had hired for our renovations on the house or something, just admiring the view. I was a bit uncomfortable at this point, because the dude walked to the side of my house and out of my line of sight. I headed upstairs to see him now roaming around my front yard and driveway, looking at things, checking out my house. It seemed he still hadn't seen me at this point, though. I called my dad and asked him if we had hired anyone to come by the house. He said not that he knew of, and told me he was going to call my mom and ask her as well, then call me back right away. I was waiting for my dad's call when I took notice of this strange dude's car. It was a white Honda with no license plates, just parallel parked to my front door. The dude obviously still hadn't seen me and was wandering around. I took this as an opportunity to remember the security system, and I armed it, so if he did try to break in, it would immediately alert the police. If this was some sort of professional or worker anyway, he would have rang my doorbell by now, or at least knocked once. He did neither, though. Just then, I got a call back from my dad, saying neither him nor my mom hired anyone to come by today. I needed to call our police station immediately. I went back downstairs after making sure to lock every door and window upstairs. I called my city's police station. I explained to a woman on the other end what was happening. She decided she was not going to send an officer out. Instead, she gave me a number to call their emergency dispatch line and told me to talk to them. I called the number she gave me. Immediately, I get an automated message. "Thank you for calling my town's name, non-emergency hotline. Nobody is available to take your call right now. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. At this point, I was really irritated because 15 minutes had passed in this wasted time, and this weird dude was now lurking around my house. Apparently, being home alone with a strange man skulking around wasn't enough to warrant an emergency to that lady. I hung up and decided to call 911. After getting in touch with the operator there, I was asked a series of questions about his appearance before they would even alert officers near me to start heading toward my house. This whole thing just seemed really weird. It seemed like nobody was in a hurry to have officers come up to my place when I was a younger girl home alone with this guy. I asked the officer if I could stay on the line with her when she finally, after what seemed like forever, alerted the police to come. She agreed to stay on the line, and I went back upstairs to check on where this weird guy was. He was now sitting in his unplated Honda, either listening to a radio show extremely loudly or on a phone call with someone through his car. There was a very prominent loud male voice coming from it. All of a sudden, I heard the tone you hear when someone hangs up on you, and the operator was no longer on the line. I was really confused when my thoughts were interrupted by an unrecognized phone number calling me. I assumed it was the operator calling me back, so I picked it up right away. Instead, I was greeted by this creepy heavy breathing. I'm not sure who it was exactly, but it really freaked me out. I hung up immediately and dialed back 911. I had been pretty calm up to this point, all things considered, but that phone call put me into full-on panic mode. I got on the phone with another operator who already knew my situation and address before I could even explain. She said cops were already on their way. 20 minutes had passed at this point. The dude was still there in his car, and the cops hadn't arrived yet. Keep in mind, I live in a smaller-sized town, so there's no reason why it took them so long as they did to come down. Finally, this dude was leaving my driveway right as the cops pulled in. They stopped him and asked a few questions. A cop came to my door and handed me an extremely unbelievably sketchy-looking flyer. Oh, it was just a landscaper. He said you made an appointment. I was really relieved, but also irritated that it was just a dude my mom had hired. That was until I remembered that it was not. I called my mom back and said the cop said it was just a landscaper, that he had an appointment as well. She reassured me. I can assure you we never hired a landscaper. We don't even need one. After that, nothing else happened in the end. Never really got closure on the whole event, and it really creeps me out to this day. So let me start by saying this is the first time I'm sharing this, and I kinda hope I'll never have to talk about it again. I've been struggling with this for a few years now, and I still have a hard time sharing it. First, some backstory, so you can understand the history I had with this guy, and why this all messed me up so badly. Almost 12 years ago, I met a guy named Charlie online in a video game. We played together for a long while, and talked every day. Eventually, we exchanged phone numbers, and started texting one another. We called a bunch, and this inevitably led to developing feelings for one another. I decided that I was an adultish woman at the ripe age of 19, almost 20. Surely it would be fine to make the 3,000-mile move to be with this guy. At this point, we had been talking for almost 2 years, and I felt very confident in this choice. He promised me everything a girl could ever want in a relationship, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I arrived in a southern Texas town, and he picked me up from the airport. We drove to his house. The plan was that I would live in his grandmother's house, being as it was vacant, and I could afford the rent. He said since his grandmother had recently passed away, it was something he had already cleared with his aunt, and it was all good to move in. He originally told me he would move in with me too, which never actually ended up happening. The first red flag should have been when he hid me in the house. He had never actually gotten the permission for me to live there, and as it turned out, that house was going to be sold in just a few weeks. This meant I ended up on the couch at his parents' house, who he lived with. His family was really religious, and he didn't want to let them down by finding somewhere else for us. So I lived with them for a few months, paying rent by cooking and cleaning for his family. I got a part-time job as well, working with Charlie at a major clothing retailer. I go to his church to fit in with his group of friends, and everything is going great so far. His family seemed to really like me, and I was enjoying my time in Texas. The second red flag I missed, though, was his hesitation to ever introduce me as his girlfriend. He would simply introduce me as his friend and tell people we were just friends as well. In private, though, it was the exact opposite. He would constantly tell me how much he loved me, how much he cared for me, how he couldn't wait for us to be together forever. Everyone knew Charlie and I were together, but he denied it hard. After about 6 months of this, I was approached by some girl, whose name I can't even remember. She basically told me I'd stolen her man, and that one day some other girl was going to weasel her way in like I did, and I'd know her pain. Then she just left. I never saw her again or anything. Fast forward about 2 or 3 years. I finally began to catch on about his shit. I was tired of being told in public I was not his girlfriend. We were on and off again at this point, but we still had some feelings for each other and decided to give it another go. A new girl named Lucy started to work with us, and they became fast friends, her calling at all hours to complain about her jerk boyfriend. Instantly, I had a bad feeling about her. I really hated her, but I tried so hard to like her and be friends, inviting her over for drinks, taking her to concerts, you name it. I really tried against my better judgment. Turns out her birthday came up and he took her to lunch while I was working. I saw this picture he posted of her on Facebook, and the look she was giving him in the picture, I just knew he was screwing her. My heart sank. So I confronted him. He told me it was an unfair question to ask if he was sleeping with her. So I broke up with him, but decided to stay friends. The biggest mistake of my life. Lucy started talking about Charlie and his skills in bed, bad-mouthing him, spreading rumors at work and around town, just all sorts of crazy drama. And of course, she blamed me. Around that time, Charlie was also passed over for promotion at his work. He made an offhanded comment about how he was going to shoot up the store because of this. Charlie was of course let go, and rumors really started to run wild. I stayed silent because of an investigation at work about them, and with that comment Charlie had made about shooting everyone up, I wanted no part in that mess. About a week, maybe 2 later, Charlie asked me to go to the movies with him. I said I would go. Then he kidnapped me, taking me way into the back country, far, far away from anywhere. We were in the middle of nowhere when he parked the car. I felt super scared at this point. He hadn't said a single word in over 30 minutes, and I didn't have cell service this far out. At that point, he pulled out a gun, cocked it and pointed it at me, and demanded I tell the truth or he would kill me right then and there. I started crying, telling him I had no idea what he was on about. He pulled the trigger. It was empty. He cocked it again and pointed it once more, again telling me I needed to tell the truth, that we were playing Russian roulette, and I would die if I kept lying. He did this 3 more times. Each time was empty. I was in hysterics at this point. I couldn't breathe, I was crying so hard. Then he just tossed the gun in the back seat with a laugh. "I'm just playing with you. I wanted to see if you'd keep your story straight. I had to be sure who was lying to me. I'm so glad it's not you. You're such a great friend." He drove us back to town for the movies, talking the whole time like nothing had ever happened. I was still terrified. I knew I had to get away, so I excused myself partway into the movie. I went into the restroom, called a friend to pick me up, and then I called the cops. When it was all said and done, they couldn't do anything to him because he'd never actually hurt me, and he didn't have the gun when they came to his house. I had no direct proof anything had actually happened. I went into hiding, and later found out he had planned this out with Lucy. This was going to be her way to get rid of me, because she was jealous. He went on to date her for a few more years. I've been hiding from him for 5 years now, and eventually cut all contact with mutual friends when one of them was having lunch with me and told Charlie about it. Thankfully, I left before he was able to show up. He apparently really wanted to talk to me, but I really hope we never meet again. This all started about a year ago. I, 23 and female, live on the second floor of an apartment complex and have lived here my entire life. The building is mostly comprised of families with young children and married couples as well. A lot of the families have lived here as long as my family has, so everyone knows each other pretty well. There's only one apartment unit that isn't occupied by a family, but rather by a pair of brothers who tended to keep to themselves. One day, one of their sons around my age appeared out of the blue. He was very strange right off the bat. He would always wear a sweatshirt with his hood up and would run through the apartment complex to get to his. I'm not sure what his face even looked like because he always had his hood completely covering it. He lived on the first floor, on the back side of the complex. He would often get into his place by jumping through the window. He basically did everything in his power to avoid detection. I didn't mind him though because I never saw him due to my busy schedule. One day though, he just suddenly started sitting on the top staircase that leads to my apartment. This was strange because his unit was on the other side and on the first floor as well. I brushed it off at first, but then it began to happen every single day. Whenever I would come home from school, he would be there. When my boyfriend at the time would drop me off at night, typically around 10:30 or 11, he would be there. Sometimes when I would leave and come back hours later, he would still be in the exact same spot, as if he hadn't moved all through the 5+ hours I was gone. At this point, I told my parents and my boyfriend about it, and they all became very vigilant. My boyfriend would park his car and walk me to my door every night he dropped me off. Once the guy saw my boyfriend, he stopped sitting on the staircase. I thought it would finally be over, but of course it wasn't. Instead, he started waiting for me at my bus stop. The bus I take home from school stops right across the street from my home, so it's only a short walk away. One day when I was getting off, I saw him waiting there for me. Once he saw me get off, he followed me into the complex and sat on the staircase same as ever. He also started to follow me whenever I would walk my dog. At this point, my parents were really upset. My mom started letting the neighbors know he was following me around. My neighbors started making sure he wasn't bothering me, or if I was alone, they would start a conversation with me until I got to my door. One day, I got a random friend request on Facebook from this guy. Mind you, he had never spoken a single word to me, so I didn't know how he even knew my name, let alone found me on Facebook. My mom tried talking to his father, but they would never answer the door whenever she knocked. So I'm thinking this can't possibly get any worse, right? Even though he was following me around, he seemed pretty harmless so far, so I wasn't too scared yet. I was wrong. One day when I returned from my boyfriend's house, my mom told me she had something to tell me, but she didn't want me to get spooked. She proceeded to tell me that when she was walking toward the kitchen to get a glass of water, she'd seen something in the tree move. Our kitchen has a huge window that takes up most of the wall. In front of this window, there's a huge tree. If someone were to climb this tree per se, you could see into our apartment completely. Well, guess what? When my mom began to take a closer look, she realized my neighbor was sitting in the tree, looking straight into the apartment. My mom called my dad over, and when that neighbor saw my dad, he jumped right off of it. At that moment, I felt my peace stolen from me. We filed a police report, but when the police went looking for him, he was gone. It turned out there were snack wrappers and a blanket hidden in between the leaves of the tree. The police think it wasn't the first time he was up on there. I couldn't help but wonder how many times he'd seen me walking around, and I had no idea. It's been about 6 months, and I haven't seen him since then. His father still lives in the complex, but there's been no sight of him. The police haven't been able to find him either, so I really have no idea what happened to him. All I can hope is that I never encounter him again. I've been doing my 1 hour of outdoor exercise at night because I find it the most relaxing at that time. My neighborhood is very quiet, and I'm lucky to live in a nice area which I've always considered super safe. I used to walk at night even before lockdown. Because I live right next to a canal, so there are lots of nice paths that are super pretty at night when everything is all lit up by the moon. Anyway, I was walking last night and decided to go to the shop first because I was hungry. Then I detoured back to my usual route along the canal. When I was walking, I heard these two guys speaking super loudly in German. I live in England, so it was a bit unusual but not anything to think twice about. They looked around 30 years old, pretty tall, and they had caps on as well. I remember this because they had matching designs, which I thought was kind of funny. They started getting really close. When I glanced back to look at them, they started jeering, so I knew they were looking at me. This kind of freaked me out, so I sped walked toward the shop but had to stop at the road. I wasn't planning on getting hit by a car just because I was startled. They caught up with me in this time, but didn't stop for the lights to change. They just walked across the street and went into the store I was headed for. I shrugged off my hunger and decided to just go to the canal for my walk instead. I stopped thinking about those men soon after, chalking it up to just being a person with general anxiety. I don't particularly like walking past strangers at night anyway, and I'm self-conscious enough as it is without them talking to or about me. Anyway, I complete my walk and start heading back home. For the story to make sense, I need to describe where I was standing. On my right, there was the water itself. I was stood on the path, and to my left there was a big drop that went straight onto the main road. Next to that road, there was a row of houses. There was a railway bridge in front of me. I had my headphones in, and my music was blasting pretty loud. I thought I could make out someone shouting at me though, so I took out one earphone and tried to listen. It was pretty silent apart from the passing cars on the road below me. That's when I saw two men heading toward the bridge though. I immediately recognized them as the two guys who had jeered at me before from their caps. I stopped walking as my anxiety flooded back through me. I considered phoning somebody because I irrationally thought if I was on the phone, they would just walk past me and not bother me. Despite the fact that I'd stood frozen for ages though, nobody had come out from under the bridge yet. I waited, staring at the bridge for a while in complete confusion. I mean, there's no way they could have just vanished, right? I could see through to the other side, so I knew they didn't just turn around and walk away or anything. Certainly, though, they hadn't walked all the way through, because no one had passed me yet. After a few moments, I began to think I'd just hallucinated them altogether or something. I have no history of hallucinations, but I really couldn't find another way to explain it. I started to slowly walk toward the mouth of the bridge, but just as I was about to step in, I see it. The shadow of one of the men being cast across the wall. My blood literally ran cold as I realized just what was going on. The men were waiting for me at the other side of the bridge. They had hidden behind the abutment so I wouldn't see them. My mind went to a million different places, panicking about what they would do if I walked under that bridge. I was convinced they'd follow me at least. If I stayed where I was and phoned for help, I was certain they'd come out to see what was going on, and I'd be trapped. I did the only thing I could think to do. I quietly ran to the fence that separated the canal path from the drop to the main road, and climbed it. It was only about thigh height, and on the other side there was a small space before the wall and drop itself. I waited for a couple of moments as the cars passed by. Thankfully, I live in a quiet area, so soon enough the road was empty. I managed to navigate myself so I could lower myself off the drop without A, having to make too much noise, or B, hurting myself too much. The moment my feet hit the road, I raced to the side where the houses were, and sped walked down that path as fast as I could without making noise. I only glanced back when I was nearing the end of the road. The men were still there next to the bridge. I could see they were glancing around, looking through to see where I had gotten to. I felt sick and terrified, but thankfully I made it home safe and sound. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know who they were or if they'll be there again tonight, but what I do know is I'm not going to be walking at night for a very long time. So about 3 years ago, I was going to school in a US city and was living with 2 other roommates. My one roommate was known to usually bring seedy characters back to the apartment. At one point during our fall semester, she befriended a guy in her advertising class who went by the name of Dallas. He became her weed dealer, and she would very frequently bring him over to the apartment. My other roommate and I thought he was charismatic enough, but also didn't see the appeal that Christy, my roommate who had befriended him, saw. I remember one night we had Dallas over for dinner. He told us how he played for our college's football team, that he had just started his own business at the age of 25. He was a very well-known weed dealer who made a shit ton of money. His name was Dallas because he used to live in Dallas, Texas, and his parents apparently named him after that. Me and my other roommate nodded our heads and listened along, but we didn't think much of it except for that this dude really thought he was the hottest shit and wanted to gloat all about himself. Mind you, he was like 5'4" and probably not much over 150 pounds. I believe he came over for dinner or something maybe 1 or 2 other times. My roommate claimed that one time she decided to buy weed from him and went to his apartment off campus. When she arrived, she saw our roommate Christy pass the fuck out on a chair in the middle of the day in Dallas's apartment in some random room. When my roommate had arrived, he had mentioned nothing about her being there. My roommate shook her awake. Christy woke up in a haze and basically told my roommate to fuck off. She recounted the story to me, and we both agreed it was really weird. Dallas was probably not the safest person to hang around with. After a couple of months, Christy stopped hanging around with him too. I remember her saying he'd gotten very angry when she didn't want to sleep with him. I also found out that a friend of hers, who knew him for a long time, was apparently engaged to him. Oh, and also his real name wasn't actually Dallas. What a shocker. Fast forward 2 years. Neither me nor my roommate talked to Christy anymore. We were living somewhere else in the city at that time, doing our own thing. We get an alert on our phones. A girl who had just transferred to our college went missing after leaving one of the campus bars the previous night. It didn't take very long, maybe only a few days, when this huge story broke. This girl was killed by someone she left the bar with that night. My roommate called me up. "Dude, do you remember what Dallas's real name was?" Yeah, I believe it was," and said his real name. "Go online and read this article. He just fucking killed that girl who went missing." Sure enough, I go online, and there is the most horrifying mugshot of Dallas, right next to a photo of the girl he had slain. It gets even crazier. Apparently, he had taken her home that night, an attempt at a one-night stand sort of deal, I assume. I guess at some point things turned bad, and he killed her with blunt force and strangulation. If that isn't terrible enough, he cleaned up the evidence in his apartment, threw her body into a storage container, and took a motherfucking lift to his grandma's house, hours away. He buried the storage container with her remains inside on his grandma's property. After obtaining a video of the two of them leaving the bar together, it didn't take cops long to bust his murdering ass. Weeks after the story broke, so many girls came forward and shared similar creepy stories about Dallas. The guy who said he played for the college football team and ran a successful business. As you can guess, none of that was ever true. Also, he was like 28 years old, claiming he was still a student at our college, trying to pry on younger women. It's a horrible story about what happened to that girl. I hope Dallas rots in jail for the rest of his life. I've always wanted to share something of my own, because I've always been listening and reading posts like this since I was very little. I can't say that I'm too pleased to have an experience of my own to post now that it's actually happened to me though. I really haven't told anybody this story because I didn't want to freak out any of my friends. I've limited it to just my mom and a few very close friends, and I guess now you'll know too. So, let's begin. How my friend group works is we have our little circle of people who we hang around with most often, but for big events like bonfires or something similar, we expand and let a couple of different friend groups join. Ben is a part of one of these extended friend groups. He's someone who always posts different and interesting things. He always seems like he's got something to say, you know? I've gotten along with Ben really well at these events, and we always ended up chatting together. I've always found him to be a different and somewhat unique individual. Ben started going to my local college this year. He shot me a Snapchat at one point basically saying, "Hey there, all my friends went away to different schools and the only person I have to talk to from the area is my now ex-girlfriend. I was wondering if maybe you wanted to get a group together and hang out or something? I'd like to have some friends around." It was actually a really nice message. With the types of courses I was in, I didn't really get to make very many friends at college, and all my close friends were now spread out too a bit. So I said yes. The hangout was initially supposed to be one of my friends, him, and one of his friends. It was a day after class and I'd just gotten home. He told me he was going to take a quick nap before we all head out. When he woke up though, he told me it was now too late, and he had other plans he'd forgotten about. That was totally fine. I mean, stuff happens, right? I wasn't too upset about it. I canceled with my friend too, so I could just sit down and do some homework. He texted me a few hours later though. I had never given him my number by the way, so I don't know how he actually found it, telling me his other plans just got canceled, and now he was available again and wondering if I wanted to do something that night. My friend had now driven out of the city. He texted his friend but said they didn't answer. He decided to pick me up and go for a drive and just chat. It seemed like normal enough friend stuff. Ben arrived at my house once again at around 10 o'clock. I go and hop in his car and he speeds off. Oddly enough though, he was talking in a very accented voice now, kind of Jamaican or something similar. I thought he was just being goofy at first, so I played along as well. Sometimes I would answer back in the same accent, but then I started to think how weird it was that he was not talking in his own voice at all. He was driving around like a maniac now down the street, telling me he had been drinking earlier because he thought he was going to a party. I asked him if he was drinking and driving right now, and he said that he'd only had a few sips. I know I probably should have found a way to get out of the car right then and there, but at this point we were flying down the highway, and I was starting to get scared. He began to rant about his ex, telling me there was infidelity and trust issues on his end, and he couldn't tell me what they were because he didn't want me to think badly of him or something. He told me he was still going to marry this girl and have her children. He ranted about her and started to go on tangents and scream and yell. I started to suspect he must have been on some sort of drug. We arrived at my college, a half-hour to 45-minute drive away in another city. He told me to get out of the car. I was scared, my phone was dying, and I just had to listen to what he said. At this point, I was wondering if he might actually kill me or something. He dragged me through the light woods, and then started to make sounds like a creature. He would make like these weird dinosaur sounds, or like those weird sounds you'd hear the Grudge make. He would also walk like a creature as well, doing all these weird creepy body movements. At this point, I wanted to just go home because I was literally terrified. We went back to the car and started to drive back. He pulled out a pipe and started smoking something while driving. I told him he probably shouldn't do that, but he refused to listen. Instead, he began to yell and shout at me, then start back on his tangents about life again. He pulled over the car to get out and do some jumping kicks in the middle of nowhere. It was so bizarre. At this point, my phone had just died as well. He hopped back in the car and put on his favorite song. He began to scream out the lyrics and smash the windows, dashboard, and wheel with his hands, stomping his feet on the pedals the whole time. I've seen someone passionate about a song before, but I'd never seen anything like this. He began to swerve all around the road in and out until we finally arrived at my house. He then turned to me like nothing was wrong and without an accent said, "I know it's late, but did you perhaps want to have sex?" In the most casual tone in the world as well. I gave a nervous laugh and said, actually, I'm good." He turned to the back seat to get something. I hopped out of the car and booked it to my house. I locked the door to my house and the bedroom door in my room, as if I was terrified he would break in or something. It might not sound as terrifying as it was for me in the moment, but at the time I was shaking out of fear. I don't know if he was just on some crazy drug or if he had a split personality or whatever, but I've never met a person before who I just looked at and immediately thought to myself, "You are going to kill someone someday." I really hope he doesn't see this, because I actually still see him at school frequently. So, yeah, what a fun life. I met John at a party when I was 21 years old. He was handsome and a very smooth talker. Honestly, I hated him the first time we talked. He stole my hat and refused to give it back until I gave him my number. Instead of listening to my gut, though, I gave in. We ended up texting back and forth, and eventually decided to go on a date. It turned out John lived just around the corner from me. Right off the bat, he told me about his mental health issues. Bipolar, OCD, depression, and anxiety. He reassured me, though, that he was taking medication for all of them. I was studying psychology in college and thought my knowledge of mental health could be very beneficial to our relationship. I opened up to him about my own traumas and hardships, which bonded us close together. After a couple of months, though, I started to notice something was off. He would have these grandiose ideas about our relationship and his future for about a week or two. Then, after some time, he would just stop going into work. He'd lie about it all day, until he would finally blow up on me, telling me he was so anxious to go he spent the whole morning throwing up. I really did try my best to be supportive of him. I told him there were other jobs he could try out, but he would always bring it back to how little I knew about hard work. I quickly noticed that his highs and lows were like clockwork. He'd cycle through about every 6 to 8 weeks. I knew it must be his bipolar disorder, but he'd assured me he was taking his medication. Throughout the relationship, he became extremely possessive. If a man looked at me while we were walking down the street, he would immediately accuse me of knowing him and would not talk to me for the rest of the day. He'd constantly accuse me of cheating on him with every person who even looked at me. I felt like I couldn't even talk to men or dress nicely because I was afraid of attracting any attention. We broke up several times throughout a 9-month period. He'd say he couldn't be with me. Then 2 weeks later, he'd have a list of all the things he planned on doing if I decided to take him back. He'd tell me all the ways he would work to improve himself and our relationship, and I trusted him. I could only take so much of the ups and downs, and when I found out he wasn't actually taking his medication or seeing a therapist like he promised, I told him I could not do this anymore. Of course, he was furious. He texted me these long, abusive rants about how worthless I was, how no one would ever be with me or connect with me. I was too privileged to ever make a difference in life. I was terrified by his sudden switch. After 3 weeks, I ended all communication. I blocked his number and social media, and then he began to stalk and harass me. Living so close by was suddenly only convenient for him and my own personal hell. I remember one particular night around 3 a.m. I began to hear pounding on my window. I was terrified. I couldn't even move. The pounding grew louder and more intense as I slowly slipped out of my bed onto the floor. He then started gently calling my name, like a horror movie. After about 15 minutes of fear, it was quiet. I called my mom and then the police. The police found a piece of paper taped to my door in red scribbled lettering. It said he knew we belonged together, and he'd make sure we ended up together no matter what he had to do. I was shocked. The police told me that since the relationship was so on and off that this was all my fault. I needed to be more clear about what I wanted clearly. Throughout the next couple of months, he'd show up outside of my bedroom window and watch me. I continued to call the police, who told me I didn't need to file a report and that just calling was good enough. He also began using friends' social medias to harass me, begging me to give him another chance. He even emailed my school email to attempt to get me to talk to him. I eventually contacted the school, who personally delivered a letter to him banning him from the campus. This only made him even more furious. He began texting me from a friend's phone, telling me that unless I responded, he would come to campus whenever he wanted just to intimidate me. That was the final straw. I went to the police and filed a report. Eventually, he did find a new girlfriend, and the stalking stopped. However, just last week, I was taking the train when I noticed him staring at me from the corner of a train car. His eyes were so dark and empty. I truly hope I never see him or hear from him ever again. This happened nearly a decade ago, when I was your quintessential angsty weird little teenager, quite moody and angry at the world. Ironically, I think that's what ultimately saved me, but the guilt still will never leave. I've never fully shared this with anyone before. My family lived in one of the nicer neighborhoods of my city, and unfortunately, muggings weren't uncommon. Though to my knowledge at the time, none had ever resulted in anyone's death. I wasn't really following the neighborhood news at the time, or any news really. I could tell my mother was getting increasingly worried though, over the past few months. I just didn't care enough to ask why. She was constantly reminding me to lock all the doors, travel in groups, not talk to strangers, yada yada yada. The same spiel most responsible parents give their kids. Only, I took insult to being lectured like this weekly about safety at 16. Our first fight about this happened when I was told I was not allowed to walk home from the train alone anymore. At the time, I was taking some extracurricular lessons at the center of the city and rode the train to the end of the line where we lived, which was in no way remote. Our apartment building was only a 10-minute walk from the station, and I had been doing that distance since I was little. I could literally do it with my eyes closed. I usually walked around with my headphones on and my old, much-beloved CD player in my bag, listening to something loud and grungy probably, feeling completely safe in my little bubble of melodious solitude. Cue lots of yelling and screaming. Lots of, "You still treat me like a child, you don't trust me, you're suffocating me and taking away my freedom, you're the world's worst mother ever." You get the idea. Eventually, we came to a compromise. As long as there was still light out, I could walk home. Otherwise, I had to give her a call and she'd come pick me up. I was fine with that, for the time. On that particular night, however, I was really angry. Don't ask me what about, I honestly couldn't tell you the reason. I just remember the wrath. I wanted to scream bloody murder. And the feeling got even more exacerbated, of course, when I realized I had to call my mommy to come pick me up. Nope, no way was I going to do that. It didn't matter that it was raining. I wasn't a baby or made out of sugar or something. I got off the train and ignored the heavy rain and marched straight home. On the outside, I must have looked like a normal 16-year-old though, listening to some music while hurrying home. On the inside, I was preparing to crush my enemies, see them kneeling before me, and hear the lamentation of their women. The way from the station to my home is pretty well lit, except for one single turn. Back then, there were unkempt hedges on both sides of the corner, one in front of an abandoned lot, and no streetlights at all for about 100 feet. I approached this turn, completely oblivious to my surroundings, internally planning my revenge against a yet unidentified foe, when someone jumped out of the bushes beside me, wielding a large knife. Most of what follows I remember in a blur. I don't remember what he looked like. It was dark and he was wearing a hood. I remember him smelling quite strongly of medicinal alcohol, but I honestly don't recall him saying a single word. He probably didn't have enough time to anyway, because when he jumped out of the shadows, I was so startled I dropped my Discman. And that was it. I saw red and completely lost it on this guy. All of the day's frustration poured out of me like a dam breaking, and I unleashed a torrent of swear words at him, most of which I made up on the spot. I completely ignored the knife and shoved him back hard, screaming, "Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now?" Over and over. I bent over to pick up my shattered CD player. I don't know what he did. I don't know to this day why he didn't attack me when I turned around and crouched down, but I gathered all the pieces and stood up, and now he was nowhere to be seen. Holding the pieces of my broken Discman and CD, I continued my march home, muttering some variation of, "Great, that's just great, perfect. What else is going to happen today to make my day even shittier?" I would occasionally turn around and yell, "Fuck you, man," at the general direction of that guy. When I got home, I got straight into a fight with a furious mother for not calling her, and made sure not to mention what happened out of fear it would give credence to her side. The gravity of it all hit me in the shower, though, after all the adrenaline had subsided. I think I still cried more for my broken Discman, though, than for realizing the danger I had put myself through and what I'd just luckily survived. It all came crashing down on me 2 days later, when one of my neighbors was found stabbed in the lot behind the hedge where I was attacked. I didn't know her that well. We went to Sunday school together, but my family and hers were neighbors for years. I overheard my mother talking on the phone, though, about this serial killer that was making his rounds around the most affluent parts of the city, and how this was just the latest in his series of muggings and stabbings in the area. This happened in fall of 2017. My sister Gigi was in high school. My parents had taken a trip out of country, so I was in charge of my sister. I temporarily lived in my parents' house while doing so. I took her to school and back, picked her up when she was at her friend's or boyfriend's house, and picked her up after her church meetings as well. I was told she had recently started going to regular church on Sundays with her boyfriend and his family, which I was perfectly happy she was into. We grew up Catholic, but didn't often go to church after we moved to the USA. Also, she was going to another church at nights with a friend of hers. I grew up with Sunday Mass and that was it, so the thought of spending extra and free time going back to church was weird. But if she wanted to grow up as an extra religious person, who was I to stop her? Monday, she went to school and hung out with her boyfriend. I picked her up from her boyfriend's house. No big deal. Tuesday, she went to night church after school with her friend. I was told she would get a ride home from her friend's mom. She was supposed to be home at 9 p.m., but came in a little bit late at around 9:40. I asked why. She said they were preparing for a big retreat that Saturday. Seemed like an alright enough excuse, so I trusted her. No big deal, right? Wednesday and Thursday, mostly normal. One day she went home after school and we hung out. Another day she was hanging out with friends. One of these days she was hanging out with her boyfriend and some of his friends, and she asked me if she could go to church. This would be the second time going to the night church in the week. I remember thinking that when I was in high school, hanging out with friends did not cross with spending free time at church. They ended up not going, which actually relieved me a bit. I was starting to get some weird vibes from this night church. Friday, the day before their retreat, her plans were to go to night church after school and come home at 9 p.m. My plans were to hang out with friends and be home by 9 too. I was driving back home a little bit late and texted her to not worry her. I got no reply though. I waited a bit and texted her again. No reply. I called her. No answer. At this point, I was hoping she was already home and for some reason had gone to bed early. But no, the house was empty. I kept calling, texting, and then I started panicking. Around 10:45, almost 2 hours after she was supposed to be back, she finally called me. She said they were still preparing for the church retreat, and she wasn't allowed to have a cell phone on. I'm normally the cool older brother, but at this point I lost it a bit, and not towards her. I got to the point. I'm coming to get you. Text me the address right now. I don't care what you're doing, I'm coming. I got a text with the address and drove to get her. I was a bit calm now that I'd heard her voice, but instead I was pissed at the place now. Once I got there, some random lady was outside waiting for me. "Oh, hey there, sorry for the trouble. We're preparing for tomorrow, and that's why Gigi is still here." "That's fine, but I'm in charge of her for the week, and our parents wanted her home by 9 every day, so get her right now, please." "Well, Gigi can't come out right now. The sermon isn't over yet." At this point, I lost whatever patience I had left. "You bring Gigi out right now, or I'm calling the cops for kidnapping. I'm her legal guardian, and she's under 18. I don't know the law that well, but I just said that in the moment. That sparked a fire under her feet. The lady started walking inside quickly and invited me in as well. "Do you want to come in, maybe? You're welcome to." "Just go get my sister right now." The lady walked inside, and a moment later my sister came out with her. The lady was giving my sister some documents and a shirt with some information about tomorrow's retreat. In the car ride home, I was trying to choose my words carefully when my sister turned to me and said, "I don't think I want to go to that retreat tomorrow. Can I stay home and say you won't let me?" "Yes, turn me into the bad guy. I don't care. Don't do anything you don't want to." It turns out everything up until tonight had been normal church stuff. Tonight, though, they turned it up to 11. People all around were seizing out, yelling, throwing up. They were feeding people something which was causing this, and the smoke and air smelled funny according to my sis. I kept asking her if they'd fed her something too, but she said no. They weren't supposed to until she went on her first retreat. The retreat, which the night church said they paid for her, making it seem like they were generous, was supposed to be an initiation or commitment to the place. According to my sister's friend who already went to the initiation, they give you something that makes you very sick, representing the evils leaving you, and you get ill for a week or two. The people there tonight were scary, and they didn't look right in the head. I read the stuff they gave to my sister as well. All culty stuff and BS. The place looked like a house that was made to look like a small church too. I later found out from my aunt that their church name didn't make sense either, from a Catholic point of view. They weren't listed or official. So, to this weird religious place that tried to poison my sister, I hope we don't meet again. This was a couple years ago, when I had just moved back to the city I grew up in. I was separated from my husband at the time and about to start the divorce process, so I was still getting used to this whole single mom thing. I had to go to Walmart one day, and had no choice but to take my 5-year-old and 1-year-old daughters along. I was pretty distracted dealing with my 5-year-old, who at the time loved running too far away from me in the store. Thankfully, though, this is not a story where she was snatched up. I had noticed, though, while following her around, a man in the same aisles as us for a while. I brushed it off as a coincidence at first. We went to the candy aisle, and I was looking at something on the shelf when I turned around to see the man was right behind me. His face must have been in my hair. I still wanted to believe the best, though. I said I was sorry and assumed I was in his way. I noticed someone with a walkie-talkie come over and tell him to come with him. I was still being naive, though, and assumed he must have been caught stealing or something. I paid for my items and went to leave, when I was stopped by loss prevention/security and asked to come with them. Of course, this was both scary and embarrassing. I knew I hadn't stolen anything. so I assume my kids must have pocketed something while I wasn't looking. The person who pulled me into the room said, though, "Don't worry, you're not in any trouble, but I really think you need to know what was going on. Did you notice a man following you while you were out there?" "Yeah, I saw someone near us, but I assumed it was a coincidence." They asked to make sure I didn't know this man, and this wasn't some sort of weird public fetish thing or something. They informed me that the man had been following me and my kids around masturbating. They didn't know if he was following me or if he was interested in my girls instead. I was horrified. They informed me the man had been banned from the store, and they walked me to my car to make sure we left safely. I don't know why they didn't call the police, and in hindsight I know I should have. I was just so freaked out and wanted to get me and my kids home safely. I met a guy this weekend. We were at the same restaurant and he was with a wedding party. I was with family, not connected to the wedding or couple in any way. We just happened to be at the same restaurant where the wedding reception was being hosted. He was very polite and respectful and offered me his number as well. I took it and decided to text him. We texted for a day or so and then made arrangements to get together for coffee. We got together in the middle of the day at a public place, and I drove myself as well. I texted a friend and told her where I'd be and the guy's name too. I figured I was just being overly cautious. The first 3/4 of the conversation were normal enough. We talked about work, schooling, basketball. It turned out he was a lot younger than I thought he was. He's 22 and I'm 35. He went from being kind of shy and very respectful to telling me a story about how the night after the wedding he came home and people were being crazy. I asked what he meant, and then he elaborated to tell me he had walked into his bedroom and lesbian girls he knew were having sex on his bed. He was a gentleman though and didn't stick around to watch. Then he locked eyes with me and asked, "Have you ever been in that kind of situation before?" "Well, I've lived in apartments, so I've heard some things sometimes." He pushed even further, though, and asked, "No, have you ever walked in on something like that?" "No, I haven't, and that's a weird story to tell someone you literally just met." I tried to change the subject. He talked about himself quite a lot. He did ask me questions, but would interrupt me when I tried to answer, and continued to talk about himself instead. I could tell something was odd. He was not acting like he had the night I met him. He leaned over the table a lot and made noticeable effort to lock eyes with me. I like eye contact, but it felt more like a stare-down interrogation after a while. I could feel myself moving further away the further he leaned in. He started to talk about how he used to pick up girls, but he didn't do that anymore because he realized the girls he picked up at bars were probably whores who went there every weekend. Then he wanted to know if I drank, smoked, did drugs, did I ever party, where did I party, where I like to go out to, did I ever see other men. Almost no pauses, just a barrage of questions one after the other. We talked for only a few minutes more. He looked at his phone and said, "The game I wanted to watch is going to start soon. Did you maybe want to get out of here?" Turns out there was a basketball game on or something, and he wanted me to go back to his place to watch it. No thanks. We just met, and I was not comfortable with doing that. Maybe we could talk again soon, though. His face sort of changed when I said that. "I'm sorry, but I really thought you were going to come back with me." I told him I wasn't sure how he got that impression. I had not said at any point I would do that. He kept begging me to come back to his place. I kept saying no. He kept asking me why not. I kept saying that I just met him. Fine, let's go to the park then." Red flags and alarm bells were going off now, so I said, no thanks, I was no longer interested. He basically begged and said we could even skip the game if I wanted him to. "Just go home, we just met for coffee. It's not a big deal if we can't take it further today." He then asked me to walk alone in the field with him behind the coffee shop. He looked at the ground and said, "I'll literally do anything you want." Just come with me. I again said I wasn't going to do anything else with him that day. We'd talk later. I got into my car, and as he was pulling away, he yelled out one more time to convince me to come with him. I sat and watched him leave, though. Things just felt weird about this. I drove home, my phone blowing up the whole time. He was non-stop texting and calling, saying he was home and I should now come over. He even sent me a video of him watching basketball on his couch alone. He started sending me messages saying he could see a future with me, that I was the most beautiful woman he had ever met. It was horrible for a beautiful woman like me to be single. This entire date, mind you, was 40 minutes max. I told him I was not going to go back on what I said and stop responding. And then the calls really started. 7:55, 8 o'clock, 8:02, 8:03, 8:07. He called and called over and over for the next several hours. I texted him after the first couple saying to leave me alone. He then sent another text about how beautiful and perfect I was and how he wanted to date and travel together. All I could think at this point was, I'm sorry, I don't feel the same way about you. I wish you well. Take care. He said he didn't understand. Did that mean I didn't want to see him again? I replied very straightforwardly this time. Look, I'm sorry about not being clearer, but I don't want to see you again. I'm sorry. Goodbye. The calls and texts kept coming, though. I even told him once more to please stop. I had to turn off my phone because he was doing it so much. They were all, what did I do wrong? Why don't you tell me? I'll fix it. We can make this work between us. You owe this to me. I blocked his number, but my phone still logged call attempts from the blocked numbers. I could see he was calling almost every minute up until 2 a.m. He called a few more times this morning, and again this afternoon. I called my phone company to check, and turns out he sent me over 200 text messages as well in that one day. That was the tipping point. I decided to go to the police station and at least talk to them and possibly report it as suspicious behavior or harassment. All I had was his first name, and a phone number as well. Thankfully, the cops were really nice and took down all the info. Sure, he had never threatened me, but I had told him to stop and he refused. They said that was enough to be concerned. I showed them the texts, the timing of his calls. They said it all looked definitely obsessive and like unstable behavior. It was good that I came in, even just to put it on record in case things got worse. I felt real bad for even going there. Like it was stupid to have even gone to meet him. But I've been on lots of coffee dates and no one has ever done this kind of thing before. After I left the station, I went home and checked my phone. I had 3 voicemails from unknown numbers. It was all him, pleading for me to call him and tell him how to make this right. He just wouldn't understand why I blocked him. Now I was low-key terrified of what would happen next. Would the cops call him? If they did, would that make him mad? I was pretty sure I didn't tell him anything about what area of the city I lived in or where I worked. All he had at this point was my phone number. I considered changing my cell number, but I'm also hoping he'll get the point after a few days of silence and give up. I'm so shocked, I don't even know what to do next. Update. May 22nd, 2018. He's been texting and calling me from random numbers all day. I've been taking screenshots and sending them into the police with my report number. It's been a long, exhausting day. I really want to change my number, but he keeps sending me stuff. I feel it might be helpful to the police to figure out who he actually is. I've informed my family, friends, employer, cell phone provider, and building caretaker about this crazy pants, and given everyone a healthy description as well. I went out and bought 100 plus decibel alarms for the windows and doors in my apartment and installed them all as well. Mega update. Today he wrote me a really long-winded message asking for another chance and begging forgiveness. He was overly excited to meet such a beautiful and well-endowed woman. He just needed one more chance to show me his true worth, pleading and begging for me to reply and meet him, and even signed his name at the bottom. I went on Facebook and found his profile. He has 0 security settings. He's not friends with a single person I know. I copied that link and sent it off to the cops. I'm torn between really hoping they can talk some sense into him and being terrified that if the police confront him, he'll just become even crazier. I would have slept a lot easier if I changed my number right away, but I might have never got his real name and profile if I had. I doubt the cops will do much until he starts threatening me. Now I'm torn though. Do I change it and sleep better at night, or let him keep screaming into the void while I collect all this evidence? I keep thinking all he has is my number. Update. March 17th, 2020. So, I haven't looked at this account since my last update, and now that most of the world is under quarantine, it occurred to me to sign in and take a look. First of all, many thanks to everyone who reached out to see if I'm okay. I totally am. At the time, I was terribly freaked out and just wanted not to think about this whole thing anymore. I hope no one worried too much. I'm sincerely sorry if you did. I made that initial post because I was so overwhelmed, and it was all just really difficult to work through. Things are 100% better now, though. I had a few weeks of silence after the last update, and then I got 2 or 3 calls from an odd number, a landline that I could do a reverse 411 lookup on. The address was from around the area of the coffee shop where we'd met. I recalled he had told me he lived a couple blocks over while he was trying to get me to come back to his basement. I sent the screenshot of the calls and the address to the police email I had been given, and made the choice to finally change my phone number as well. It was a giant pain in the ass, but I absolutely slept better after. I've been back to the restaurant twice and haven't seen him there, and I'm never in the area where we met for coffee either. It still makes me nervous when I see someone who looks like him, but I try to remind myself that the way he acted means he would latch on with a death grip to anyone who gave him the time of day. He's likely set his sights elsewhere by now. That's kind of terrifying in its own way, though. I hope he figures his shit out, and that other women he encounters get treated a lot better than I did. This was a long time ago, so the timeline might be a little bit off and some details might be slightly fuzzy, but I've written it out as exactly as I can recall it. In the early thousands, my family was living in Europe, and in December of 2001, we were coming back home to Latin America for Christmas vacation. My brother and I, both in high school at the time, and my dad were flying together from Paris to Miami. My dad was seated in business class, while my brother and I were in coach, sitting in the middle 2 seats of the middle row. The flight was pretty normal at first. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. About 4 or 5 hours into the flight, I was reading a book almost dozing off when I heard a woman start to repeat the word no over and over. At first it was really quiet, almost inaudible, but very quickly it got loud and urgent. Before I realized what was even happening, she was screaming no at the top of her lungs. I looked up and saw a flight attendant a few rows ahead of me to the right, hunched over someone sitting in the window seat. My first thought was that the passenger must be having a heart attack or some catastrophic health problem. But her yelling was so unsettling that this couldn't possibly be it. There was a strangely long delay in people's reactions as well. Nobody did anything. I completely panicked and froze in my seat. My brother, on the other hand, jumped out of his and jumped over the person sitting on the aisle seat to his right. He ran up to see what was going on. He was up there in a matter of seconds, and as he approached, suddenly everyone around us stood up to see what was going on, or tried to help. She was screaming, and now struggling with this passenger. He was really tall, so tall that his whole head was visible over the back of the seat. He had long, curly black hair as well. My brother came back to our row and said, "Something is wrong," before going back to get a closer look. Passengers close to her began struggling with the man as well. A bunch of people jumped on him and started pulling at him. Someone in the row behind him even pulled his hair back so hard his face jerked toward the top of the plane. He let out a loud moan scream, and then there was chaos. The aisles were so crowded nobody could move. I saw a fire extinguisher being passed hand to hand from the back of the plane. At first, I thought there was a fire, and we were all going to die. It was an incredibly hopeless sensation to know there's nowhere to run, and no way to escape this situation unfolding in front of you. They passed the extinguisher up to the male flight attendant near the guy. The attendant smashed him with the butt of the extinguisher really hard on the face. They started asking for belts, headphones, straps, anything they could use to restrain him. My brother took off his belt and gave it to them. They wrapped everything they could around the passenger's arms, shoulders, and torso, securing him to the seat. I saw the attendant who had smacked him with the extinguisher carry a pair of large black tennis shoes to the back of the plane, which at the time seemed kind of strange, but I didn't really think much about it. The flight attendants asked if there was a doctor on board to sedate the man. People kept asking if there was a flight marshal on board as well, but nobody came forward. I can't remember exactly how or when things calmed down, but eventually everyone was told to return to their seats. A small group of people that helped restrain the guy were asked to keep guard on a rotation. There were always at least a few people sitting behind him or next to him. I think there was even someone behind him gripping a fistful of his hair for the rest of the flight. The pilot announced over the PA that there had been a security breach and that we were being diverted to Boston Logan Airport. He said they didn't know if the person was working alone, so get to know your neighbor. We were in the middle of the Atlantic, with maybe 4 more hours to go before we could land. Things were a bit ominous and tense, but for the most part everyone was friendly and in a pretty good mood. Nobody knew what had actually happened. We weren't allowed to get up from our seats, and if you had to use the bathroom, you needed to call a flight attendant to escort you to the lavatory, where you weren't allowed to lock the door. I remember a grumpy old Frenchman a few rows ahead of us got really annoyed after a while, and kept getting up without permission just to annoy the attendants. They were not happy. After a while, they put on the movie Legally Blonde to distract passengers. My brother and I went up to business class to talk to my dad. Apparently, none of them had heard the extent of the chaos back in coach. They were all going about business as usual. A few hours later, as we approached the U.S., we saw fighter jets outside the windows on both sides of the plane. The pilot announced they were escorting us to Boston. A few little kids got really excited watching the jets. I later learned that these are a last resort security measure to prevent hijacked planes from repeating 9/11 style attacks. They were supposed to shoot us down in case of a major threat. We landed and were told to stay seated. A SWAT team came on board carrying assault rifles and tons of body armor. They cut off the man's restraints and took him off the plane. I saw everything in great detail, since we were seated only a few seats behind him. We were parked in the middle of the tarmac for a long time before we were allowed to disembark. I remember seeing pieces of my brother's belt on the guy's seat as we left, and thought about taking one as a souvenir. I thought better of it in the end, though. We were escorted to a baggage claim area in Boston Logan that was surrounded by a large metal fence to keep us all in one place. We were there for what felt like 3 or 4 hours, just waiting anxiously, while no one would explain anything to us. The passengers were getting really agitated, shaking the metal fences and yelling at airport personnel that this was inhumane treatment. There was no food, nowhere to sit, and children were crying as well. Dozens of people were trying to sleep on the baggage carousel. They finally ordered a bunch of pizzas and let us into a waiting area with actual chairs, where each passenger was interrogated by the FBI. They were astonishingly unfriendly. I guess they were trying to discern if the guy had any partners on board. They then shuttled us to our baggage, where security officers thoroughly hand-searched every single passenger's shoes, suitcases, and carry-on bags, then patted everyone down. We were finally allowed to make a phone call, and I called my mom. The rest of the family were completely hysterical. They had been watching the news all day. Apparently, an Islamic extremist terrorist had tried to blow up our flight with a bomb he had smuggled on board in his shoe. We had absolutely no idea that had happened until this moment, as we were completely in the dark. It was a very strange sensation. Up until this point, my dad, brother, and I had actually remained pretty relaxed considering the circumstances. We were more annoyed about the inconvenient changes to our travel itinerary than the crazy experience on the plane. We had no idea how bad this security breach really was, and how close we all came to being killed. After about 12 hours in Boston, we were put on another flight home. My brother made the mistake of giving a few interviews to CNN and other networks while we were in Boston, so when we landed in our small country, he was immediately swarmed by the press and gave a bunch of interviews despite being exhausted. I was happy though to finally sit and relax with my family after the longest and most stressful trip of my life. We later learned the bomber Richard Reed had actually tried to board the same flight on the previous day. He was detained and questioned by French security because of multiple red flags, causing him to miss his flight. They put him on the next days and put him up in a hotel kind of far from the airport, since everything nearby was booked. The following day it had rained, and on the walk from the hotel to the airport, his shoes got really wet. This must have been why he had trouble lighting the wick in his shoe. His plan was to light it mid-flight. He waited until the passenger next to him went to the bathroom, then tried to light his shoe with matches. The female flight attendant that first engaged him had smelled them and was walking up and down the aisle looking for a passenger who she assumed was trying to smoke a cigarette. When she saw him with the shoe in his lap, she immediately tried to take it from him. They struggled a bit and he bit her hand. Reed is now serving 3 life terms in prison. So I live in the valley of Sacramento, California, a few miles from the American River. This particular river is only a short walk from a vintage part of my town, where absolutely nothing but chickens and family-owned businesses are. My first job was at a family-owned coffee shop when I was around 16 in that little town. To give you some backstory. Now, a lot of homeless folk often flocked to the river and would often wander into my shop as well. I dealt with the odd bodies on and off almost every day without care. However, there was one weirdo I remember vividly enough that it still makes me sit and wonder. When I was new to the shop, it took some time to get to know the regulars and remember their names. I had a lot of faces to memorize after all. One face in particular, for some reason, sat in my mind far above others. A stout, bald man with a wide nose. He wasn't quite old, but he also was not the youngest man I'd ever met. He would just stand outside of the store for about 10 minutes every day, before coming in to stand at the back and watch me and my other coworkers clean and make coffee. Sometimes he wouldn't even order everything. When he did though, he would always get a small black coffee with a small serving of potato salad. He would always ask for napkins and would always ask for a pen as well. After ordering, he would proceed to write things down on one of these napkins, leave his empty coffee cup on a table, and take his food out the door, where he would stand and watch us pick up his trash. I noticed over time he seemed to look very irritated whenever I wasn't the one to do so. Every time he did this, he would leave small notes in poor and rough handwriting. He would then throw away his salad outside. At first, I thought of it as nothing more than a sweet thank you. I often write small notes to servers on receipts from time to time. Things like, "Have a wonderful day, thank you." But it slowly became stranger over time. "Beautiful day, take a break, I'm outside. You look so lovely today, I love your hair." My coworkers started to make a gag out of the notes if they weren't thrown away before reading. Once, I assume he figured out that the other girls were the ones grabbing them. He began to leave them on the end of the counter where my espresso machine was. "You make me happy, Kiane," one of them read. I don't know how he even learned my name or who he asked for it, but I presume it was one of my coworkers on a day I was off. I began to get increasingly uncomfortable whenever he would just stand outside and watch me work, or when he would order from my till. I could only smile and thank him as I got his coffee and salad though, customer service voice and all. The next part is where it really gets interesting. One week, toward the end of summer, he worked his routine of window shopping before ordering, asking for napkins and a pen, and going about his little letter. This day, however, he didn't ask for a pen or napkins. He proceeded to only ask for coffee. He left to the restroom. I forgot how long he was in there, since I took myself to lunch break as soon as the order was done. When I returned, I was told that someone had left their cup in the restroom, and it had been emptied and left on top of the toilet. It was filled with semen. I don't know if it was him, but the timing was way too close to not assume. I didn't see him after that for a while, because I traded my early starts for closing shifts. The last time I had seen him, he came in late. I presume he found this out either by stalking or asking my coworkers why I was no longer a morning maid. He asked me kindly for a cup of coffee, a potato salad, a pen, and a napkin. I obliged, but I was hardly enthusiastic. The routine went as normal. He drank his coffee, sat and wrote, left it on the counter without looking up, and walked out into the night. He didn't even stop to watch. He didn't throw away his salad either. You're lovely every time. Thank you for the smiles. Leave the glitter to the blondes. You're a young flower amongst the sunset after all. After that, I never saw him come into the store or look outside the window again. I don't often lend out pens as much as I used to either. This story is from 2019. I was 13 years old at the time, but I still remember it like it was just yesterday. Perhaps due to the trauma, maybe. I was bored at home alone. I FaceTimed my best friend, who lives in the apartment building next to mine. I asked him if he wanted to join me in a walk around the neighborhood. It turned out he wasn't there though. He was on his way back home from school, which was understandable because it was a Thursday afternoon. There was a jogging circuit near my house around 500 meters away. Due to my massive boredom, I put on my sports clothes, a basic t-shirt and shorts, and headed out with my music, vibing along to the circuit. These shorts had no pockets. Remember this detail. Arriving there, it was surprisingly not all that empty actually. There were around 8 to 10 people in that 15-kilometer circuit. I started walking for a bit, and then ran for a couple of kilometers, then laid down on the grass. I noticed 2 guys on a motorcycle going back and forth. I didn't care that much though, since I was FaceTiming my 2 best friends while lying down. It had started to get pretty late after a while, around 6 p.m., and I was exhausted. I started to walk home, but I took another path that was kind of a shortcut. I had to walk through this empty, huge street with buildings still under construction. I had taken that path before many times though with no problems. Suddenly, after walking for a while, I began to have this feeling that someone was watching me or perhaps following me. I turned around and noticed those same 2 guys on that motorcycle heading toward me. I whispered to my friends on FaceTime that something weird was going to happen. They would have to cut their mics and focus on me. The guys drove right next to me, and one of them asked me where the nearest barber shop was. Out of stress, I gave them a random location. While the rider of the bike asked me about the shop, my right eye twitched and unfocused. I sort of have an involuntary tic. I was still able to see with it though as it did this. I saw in the bike's rear view mirror that the other guy was trying to look at where my phone was located. It was between my shorts and my belly because I had no pockets. I was freaking out. Time was starting to slow down. Seconds felt like hours, and I couldn't feel my legs anymore. They went on with a slow speed, like they were planning a backup plan. I had 3 options, it seemed. There was a taxi guy fixing his car. Maybe I could go to him and explain the situation. But my gut said, what if they noticed me and came back, and did whatever they planned to do anyway? 2, I could try to stop a random car and explain the situation. My gut said no, though. What if the car was still locked, and the guys would have noticed either way? And 3, which is what I chose, to run in the opposite direction into traffic and take the path I had just come by. I instinctively ran for a straight 5 minutes. Finally, I couldn't do it anymore, though. I entered a field and started running towards some slums. I looked back and saw the guys chasing after me into the field. One of them was shouting how they still just wanted directions. There's one good thing about me, though, and it's that I always trust my gut. And it told me, run as fast as you can or you will die today. That's what I did. I ran between the slums and kept running until I arrived near my best friend's house. who I was still on FaceTime with. I told him to come downstairs right now and laid down in the parking lot. He came in and was freaked out because he knew something was going down, but didn't know what since I didn't give him much information. My face turned yellow, and I threw up. I couldn't feel my arms or legs anymore. He walked me up, and I laid down, and from that moment I don't really remember anything else. I just remember waking up the following day with bruises on my leg due to me running into the field full of pikes. I don't exactly know where to begin, but I suppose this all really started before I was even born. My birth itself set into motion a series of actions that led to a threat on my life completely beyond my control. So, pre my existence, my mother Jane dated this older guy named James when she was in her mid-teens or so. He adored her but wasn't of the same religion as her, so she ended up marrying a gentleman from her congregation instead, leaving James rather put out about this. A year after being married, she birthed me, and decided she was unhappy with my father Dave. She contacted James with the intent to return to him, so Jane packed a bag one night, took me with her, and left. As soon as she arrived at James's, she was bombarded with messages from Dave, telling her he would take full custody of me if she didn't return. So, with a heavy heart, she chose me over James, and therein lies my problem. She went back to my father, and after another year of failed attempts, they finally divorced. My mother moved south to be with family, basically completely forgetting about James altogether. My childhood from then on was fairly normal, for the next 13 years or so. We'd have a few house moves, a new stepdad, a few siblings. My mother's second marriage fell through as well, and now she was single once again. The year was now 2010, and she had just discovered Facebook. Being newly single and suddenly having contact with all of her high school friends, she quickly struck up a few romances out of old nostalgia. Of course, nothing stuck though, until she once again found him. James had a Facebook account as well. Not particularly active and no profile picture at all, but my mom was sure it was him, and almost immediately fell in love with him again. He came down south and met us kids, and stayed for my 16th birthday party. Looks-wise, he was easily in his 50s now, with shaved gray hair, balding on top, glasses, and this creepy-ass grin. All things considered, though, so far he was not too bad. So why am I even posting this here? How does this involve me in any way, and not wanting to meet this guy ever again? Well, when my mom left him a third time, he flipped out, and the craziness came out to play. He began to turn up at the house uninvited. He was of course told to leave every time. As the visits started to become less frequent, we started to think that maybe he'd gotten the message. But then hand-delivered letters started arriving from my mom, and it's the contents of these letters that caused the alarm. In them, he detailed how if she had never met my father, they could have been happy together. He had a plan to get her back, which was ruined by the untimely arrival of me. So, of course, he did what any crazy man would do in this situation. Started plotting to get me out of the picture. After all, I'm the reason she went back to my father, weren't I? Back in 1995, she had a near miss of a car accident with baby me in the car when a car clipped her at a junction. She hadn't gotten the car's details at the time. She just put it down to bad luck. In the letters, though, James told her that that accident 15 years ago was no accident at all. It was him, and he would not miss this time. He told her that he believed that there was still a chance for them, but only if I was taken out of the picture. Of course, I'm not a baby anymore, and my father was well and truly out of the picture at this point, but the crazy in James's brain just wouldn't let him go. The next letter informed my mother he had told social services that she was a drunk and they were coming to take me away. Not hard to prove that false though, so we didn't panic very much. The next one though told her he was going to burn the house down with us in it. If he couldn't have her, then no one else would. This one she took to the police. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that an ex of James with the same first name as my mother had a restraining order against him for stalking and attempted arson as well. Once we found this out, we were put on high alert, and the process for a restraining order was swiftly begun. Only a few nights later, my mom heard someone outside the house. Thinking it was him, she called the police. They arrived within 5 minutes and searched the entire street. No James, but his car was found behind the resident garages. He didn't return to it that night either. The next day, the police contacted a women's hostel in a neighboring county. They had a room to spare, so we packed our bags and headed there instead. And so, that summer of my life was spent in hiding, with no friends and no social media. Well, I wasn't supposed to have social media, but using proxy servers on the computer in the teens' rec room was easy. I was the only teen in the hostel at this time. It was also very stupid. James immediately began messaging me through my Facebook, playing nice, telling me how much he loved my mom and needed to know she was okay. I ignored him and blocked his account. After this, I had a number of fake accounts try to befriend me. They were all blocked also. After 3 months, they found us a new house. We had a week to go back and pack up our old lives. So, that's what we did. And now 8 years later, I've moved several times since. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten and hadn't given much thought to the man who wanted to kill me so badly just so he could be with my mother. 2 years ago, I moved back up north not far from my birthplace. 2 weeks ago, I received an email on an old email account for a rental agreement. At first, I thought it was just spam, but upon opening it, the name at the top read "To James Smith," and the rental address was not too far from me. Only a single town away. That sick fuck gave my email to the renters as his, so I would know he was nearby watching me. I've heard nothing else since, but I seriously hope I don't ever encounter him again. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon, and got a great opportunity to take a scholarship at a school in Washington, D.C. My family doesn't come from much money, and to ship my car and fly out with all of my stuff would have cost several $1,000s. Plus, I was really afraid the airline would break my cello, which I'd gotten my scholarship for in the first place and was still making payments on. So, that wasn't the move. Instead, I decided to pack my 1991 Toyota Previa with all of my shit and hit the road on my own. I'd mapped it out so it would take 4 days if I hustled, and would cost me around $500 total with gas, eating off the dollar menu and sleeping in my car. Good stuff. Fast forward 1 whole day, and I'm already like fuck every single bit of this. I was at a pace of 16 hours a day driving, just starting my second day. There was nowhere good to sleep in my car out in the middle of nowhere that ran around I-90. The only marginally okay place I found was the parking lot of a small hospital somewhere in Missoula, Montana, I think. It felt so sketchy to be sleeping in my car on my own, though. I can't exactly put my finger on what made me feel this type of way. But the further away I got from Oregon, the more I felt like I drew the attention of people around me. I was just running off adrenaline at this point, covering nearly 800 miles a day. I'd call my parents at every rest stop and leave voicemails on the machine, updating them on where I was. Cell phones were just starting to be popular at that time. They were hella expensive, so of course I didn't have one. It was both physically and emotionally exhausting, and I was so ready to just arrive at my dorm and sleep in an actual bed again. My car wasn't super old. but it was a flood salvage and not the most reliable thing around. Around this point, random check engine lights were permanently on, and I was afraid it was going to break down and leave me stranded out here in the Badlands and barren stretches of fucking nothing. If you've never made this trip before, at least at this point in time, you needed to pack cans of gas in your trunk, because you would run out with a full tank before you hit so much as a gas station in some of these places. I remember literally driving all day through nothing but tumbleweeds, sleeping on the side of the road, waking up, and still not seeing civilization again for a total of 12 hours of driving. Fast forward to finally reaching Wyoming. I don't remember exactly where, but I think it was near South Dakota or the Nebraska border maybe. I was running low on cash at this time due to a rock slamming into my side mirror and breaking the glass. I needed to buckle down to have enough for gas. I saw this sign at this tiny church off to the side, saying free community spaghetti dinner, listed as that evening. Of course, I said, oh hell yeah, let's do this. It would still be a few hours until it started, but I figured I could at least stop by and introduce myself, maybe help set up a bit and enjoy that sweet, sweet spaghetti. Maybe they would even let me take a plate to go, too. Long story short, it was pretty great. I met some really nice folks, and actually the spaghetti was really good as well. Everyone seemed so amazed at my journey. The pastor ended up asking me if I wanted to stay there for the night for free. A lady chimed in that they would absolutely find some place for me. A third person immediately piped up that they had some spare cots down in the preschool in the basement that I could use. Heck yeah. So the time rolls around, we finish cleaning up, everyone leaves the church, and I get shown to my cot. The inherent creepiness of sleeping on a cot in a dark preschool basement showed no red flags to me at all. It was absolute magic compared to the van at least. I slapped a few of them together, made a big nest out of pillows, and was able to stretch out very comfortably. I woke up at some point in the night though, to the sound of footsteps around me. It seemed like they were just kind of wandering around. I sat there frozen, holding my breath and trying to figure out what was happening. Then it hit me. I'd forgotten that night to call my dad and tell him where I was. I was sleeping on a cot in the basement of a church I actually just realized I didn't even know the name of. I didn't even know what town I was in. Nobody knew where I was. And there was a stranger wandering around near where I slept. I decided to try and sneak out of there. I quietly put my shoes on and tried to tiptoe opposite to where I thought I'd heard the person. I felt such anxiety heading into the dark stairwell. I knew there was probably an emergency exit at the end of the hall in it, and decided I would start running. All of a sudden, though, I heard someone shout, "Hey!" and grab the back of my shirt hard. I felt their cold hand on the exposed skin of my back. They pulled so hard they ripped the spaghetti strap. In some Houdini move I'm not sure how I even managed to pull, I slid out of the open button-down without them being able to grab me again, and sprinted off. It was too dark to see the person or where they had come from. I didn't dare to turn around and look back. I kept running up the hill in the dark. I even lost one of my shoes and cut my foot on something hidden in the grass, but I didn't even care. I kept running with only one shoe until I got to my car. I burnt rubber through the empty parking lot. The only car around was a sedan in the pastor's driveway. I drove until the gas light came on and did not even get out to refill the tank until it was completely out. So, to the person who grabbed me in the middle of the night in that dark church, for fuck knows what reason, I hope we never meet again. These events took place over a couple of months. It still haunts me to this day, and is a lot of the reason why I am the way I am. A little bit of backstory. I have 5 siblings, so there are 6 of us in total. This happened when my oldest brother was 14, so I would have been 3 at the time, given we're 11 years apart. I'm the baby of the family. This happened at a very fragile time in my parents' marriage. My dad definitely was not the best father and had cheated on my mother a number of times. For the record, I've asked my siblings to write this since they were older, but no one has, so I'll just recount it to the best of my ability. There was so much more that happened in the end, but I'll talk about 3 occurrences in particular that stuck with me. I remember I was eating something with my sister, watching TV with her one night with the rest of my siblings. My parents weren't home that day. We only had one car at the time, and my mom had to go pick my dad up, so they would leave us at home alone sometimes. I remember going into the kitchen to throw something away with my sister. We had this big window in there, and the garbage was right beside it. My sister suddenly screamed, and I noticed a man's face pressed up against the glass, looking in at us with a flashlight as he smiled at us. We both ran into the other room to tell the rest of my siblings. We all quickly stopped watching TV and stayed together upstairs. My mother very soon got home. We told her what happened. She flipped out, called the cops, and also told my neighbors to keep an eye out as well. This happened a number of times, and actually turned out to be multiple men. They always seemed to get away, though, right before the cops would get there, or always right before my mom would arrive home. I remember at one point she even cut down the bushes in front of our house because these men would just hide in them. I also remember them breaking one of the windows in our kitchen at one point. On a separate night, I remember being alone with one of my brothers and one sister closest in age to me. They would have been about 4 and 6, respectively. I don't remember quite why we were alone, but I do remember we were very distinctly. The men came back that night and were pounding on our front door, throwing things through our windows. All 3 of us ran into my parents' room upstairs and locked the door scared. I remember crying with my sister and my brother telling us not to cry. We could pretend to be other people, brave people, so we wouldn't have to be scared anymore. It definitely worked to help us out, and my parents got home not long after. We were literally on lockdown at this point, and I was terrified of everyone. My brother told me that one night the phone rang right when my mom had left to go get my dad. He had answered it. It was one of the men who laughed and said, "You people are so fucking stupid," and then immediately hung up. One of the last nights this went on, I remember being in bed with my sister waking me up and taking me with her to the landing of our stairs. Our stairs faced our front door. My brother was sitting on the landing, pointing a shotgun at the front door, all of my siblings huddled beside him. I had no idea what was happening, or even really what a gun was, but I knew whatever was going on must be real bad. I sat down next to my siblings and not a single person talked. I remember grabbing this stupid T-Rex toy that I started playing with because I was scared. It was as if time had stood still, but there it was. The men began banging on our front door and yelling things outside. I don't know why or if the men had done this, but our front door was unlocked. It felt like forever when my brother finally spoke. All he said was, "Come in then," and pointed his shotgun at the doorway. All the sounds stopped and we waited, but no one came through the door. My parents got home soon after, and my dad actually caught one of them trying to run away and beat the crap out of him. The cops came soon after all of this and told us they had news. Apparently our phone lines were being tapped. That's how the guys always knew when we were alone at the house. I don't know if the cops knew or charged these men with anything. My mom doesn't like talking about it because she's a different person than she was 20 years ago. Now that I'm a bit older, I realize we never should have been left alone at that time, period. But my mom was seriously not well. She was madly in love with my dad and obsessed with making sure he wasn't cheating. A lot of the time that this was going on, she wasn't picking him up. She was watching him at work and making sure he wasn't cheating, all while leaving the 6 of us alone to fend for ourselves. I realize how insanely selfish this is, but I've since forgiven my mom for it. She's still with my dad after all this time, and I'm working on a better relationship with both of them. Looking back, it almost doesn't even feel real. After all, we found out all of this happened from a psycho bitch my dad had cheated with, who got her loser middle-aged guy friends to terrorize a bunch of children. For the record, I found this woman and sent her the nastiest message a few years ago, when I turned 19. This stuff keeps me up at night. I'm hyper alert to sounds, and extremely paranoid at night, especially when I'm all alone. Those pieces of shit impacted my life in a way they'll never even know. But through it all, me and my siblings have all remained really close, and my brother is a super badass for stepping up and caring for us the way he did. He still tries to this day to be our protector, even though all of us have grown up. I now realize what's most important is that none of us were hurt, because it could have gone so terribly wrong in so many ways. I wonder if that guy would have come in, and I wonder what these loser guys are doing now, that they must be in their 50s. Regardless, I hope I never meet them again, because I may just kill them if I ever do. I'm a 28-year-old female from Germany. Northern Germany is a safe place to raise your kids generally. Murders, kidnapping, shootings, all of that kind of stuff is not very common here, not even in the big cities. I'm not exactly the most girly type. Actually, I don't seem very feminine at all, really. Short hair, wear lots of hoodies, shorts, and piercings, always with no makeup. It's just not sort of my thing. I like to consider myself rather tough. I know I can put out a pretty strong fist, despite my MS. Normally, I try to avoid stress though, and I really hate getting into fights. My friends all call me a goofy and gentle softie. It takes some pretty serious stuff to make me get really angry. But there's one thing that always changes me from a doe to a female grizzly protecting her cubs. When I think about what happened several weeks ago, my whole body starts shaking with rage. I had made a new friend on Saturday. Let's call him Andrew. Speaking of small cubs, Andrew is 10 years old. He's a very nice boy. I actually came to know him while playing the new Pokemon Go game. We had a lot of fun together catching various Pokemon. My battery went low after about 2 hours though, so we decided to part ways at that point. I had gone on catching tours nearly every day since I got this app. Before that, I rarely ever left the house. Back then, I didn't really know why, but I thought about my meeting with Andrew. I guessed I was curious about if I would ever see him again on my Pokemon tours. So, this one Friday, I decided to do a second run through my neighborhood. It was about 1800 or so. Just gonna hit some Pokestops and go home after, I told myself, and left the house. As I turned the corner though, not 500 meters away from the place where Andrew and I first met, I saw him once again. I smiled to myself and started to go the same route as he was, to say hi to him and maybe surprise him. After taking a few steps forward though, I could see a hooded man peeking out of a side street behind him a few times. My eyes focused, and I watched very intently. My smile quickly turned into a frown as I realized he was intently watching Andrew. My inner alarms were going off when the guy began to follow him in a careful but very steady pace. He would stop whenever Andrew stopped. He would hide if he looked back. A part of me still couldn't believe this was actually happening right in front of my eyes. We were in Germany after all. So I decided to follow them as well. Andrew hadn't seemed to have noticed the guy yet, and both of them didn't seem to have noticed me at any point at all. I saw the man begin to quicken his pace to catch up with Andrew. He grabbed him by the arm and put his hand over his mouth to shut down his screams. He began to drag him towards some bushes. I froze in that moment. I could feel my heart dropping. Then I ran like hell. I threw my phone away and sprinted. I started to roar and swear as loud as I could. The man who was grabbing Andrew turned around startled. I still don't know how my ill body managed it, but as soon as I got close enough, I lost it. I tore Andrew away, unfortunately maybe a bit too harshly. Sorry, buddy. He fell to the ground, and I hurled myself at this creature. He was much bigger than I was, in his mid-30s possibly. I had never felt this kind of adrenaline in my whole life though. I was really scared, but more than anything, I was extremely furious. I screamed out for someone to call the police several times, hoping someone would hear me. The man seemed like he had hit a gym every once in a while. I didn't care though. I began wildly swinging and punching at him and pushing him as well, hitting his nose until it was bloody. I have no idea how I even managed that. Maybe he just didn't expect such a small woman to go crazy. I began to kick the shit out of him when he fell to the ground, screaming and stomping on him until my strength left me. When he finally got back to his feet, he glared at me, growling stuff like, "Stupid cunt," and "I'll make sure you regret this." He drew some kind of hunting knife, a large one. I thought this was it for me. I thought he was going to stab me. I really thought I was going to die here, but I didn't move. I stared at him and started hysterically screaming at him. Suddenly, he began to bolt, as residents of that neighborhood started to emerge from their houses. I dropped to the ground. I wanted to chase after him, but my condition would not allow any further action. I just sat there shaking and started to cry. I looked around to see if I could see Andrew. Thankfully, he had gotten a safe distance away and watched the whole thing, clearly just as in shock as I was. When the police came, we told them all about what happened. After that, I gave Andrew my contacts so we could keep in touch. The police drove him home and he insisted they let me come as well. The whole time he wouldn't let go of my arm and cried so hard I could barely fight my own tears back. His parents thanked me 1,000 times for saving their child. The police called me in the next day to do a full report. They informed me this bastard was wanted for several sexual assaults on young women and children. He's even still on the run to this day. I have to thank that this app existed in the first place. I don't dare to imagine what might have happened if I hadn't gone out a second time that day to catch Pokemon. My phone didn't survive the fall, unfortunately. But more importantly, Andrew is still healthy and safe around his family. I'd break 1,000 smartphones to defend a child from danger. And to all those pedophiles out there stalking in the night, pray that we'll never meet, because I'll rip your dick off with a rusty wire and feed it to the street rats as you die. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here, as always. Thank you guys so much for reaching this far, especially if you made it to the end of the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any thoughts about what I could be doing better, or you have any thoughts about the stories in the video itself, or anything like that, please be sure to leave a comment in the comments section below the video. I always enjoy reading all of your guys' comments, even if I can't always respond to them all the time. If you guys would like to have your own story read in a video one day, please be sure to take a look in the description below the video. You will find links to all of my social media, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I will try to read your story as soon as possible. You can also send it directly to me at my email of bluespookyreadings@gmail.com. If you do decide to send in a story, please make sure to include proper grammar and formatting if you can, as well as including as much detail as you feel comfortable with sharing. This will give your story the most chance of appearing in a future video. Also, please be sure to put in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, the type of story it is if it has one, and how you would like to be credited in the description of the video the story appears in. Overall, guys, I think that's pretty much it for now. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.